You are tuned in to Daily Story, bringing you true accounts from everyday people navigating modern dating. Thank you for joining us today. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Now, let us move into today's true encounter. Let me tell you, I would never felt so utterly exposed in my life. Sitting across from David at that bustling coffee shop, the air thick, with the smell of roasted beans and the chatter of strangers. I tried to project an image of calm, of normalcy. But inside, I was a live wire, every nerve ending screaming. My hands, clasped around a warm mug, trembled so slightly I hoped he would not notice. David was fine. Unremarkable, polite smile, kind eyes, just the right amount of small talk. He was exactly the kind of forgettable distraction I would hoped for. A sliver of peace, a brief escape from the encroaching darkness that was Mark. I was trying to listen, really I was, as David talked about his job in graphic design, but my gaze kept darting around to the window, scanning the street for any familiar car, any silhouette that felt too tall, too knowing, to the entrance, expecting to see Mark's sneering face appear. My phone sat face down on the table, a promise to Chloe that I would text her every step, but also a constant reminder of the outside world, the one where Mark existed. Then, David said something that made my blood run cold. He was talking about hobbies, asking me what I like to do in my free time. I would mention a vague interest in gardening, trying to keep it general. And he smiled, a pleasant, unassuming smile, and said, "I figured you just seem like someone who has a real knack for bringing things to life. Like, I bet you have a lot of plants at home. Do not you? Maybe some of those little succulents with the pink tips." The words hung in the air, innocent to anyone else, but to me, they were a hammer blow. My breath hitched. The pink-tipped succulent, the one Chloe had given me, the one I would never posted online, the one Mark had seen in my apartment, the one he would reference in his chilling text. My mind raced. How could David know? It was too specific, too precise. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Was this a coincidence? A lucky guess? Or was it something far more sinister? I forced a laugh, a thin, reedy sound that barely escaped my throat. Yeah, just a few. I tried to sound casual, but my voice was shaking. I could feel the color draining from my face. David, bless his oblivious heart, did not seem to notice. He just nodded, taking a sip of his coffee. "See? I knew it. There is just something about you. You have that touch." That touch. The words now felt like a veiled threat. My eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. His polite smile suddenly seemed like a mask. His kind eyes, were they lingering a little too long? Was there a flicker of something calculating behind them? My paranoia, already at a fever pitch, exploded. This was not just a date. This was a trap. I remembered Chloe's incredulous look when I told her about the date. "Are you insane? You need to call the police, not go on a Tinder date." But I would clung to the idea of normalcy, of outrunning the terror. Now, normalcy felt like a cruel joke. I needed to get out. Immediately, I said, trying to keep my voice even, "This has been really nice, but I just remembered I have a super early meeting tomorrow. I should probably head out." I started gathering my things. My movements jerky. David's smile faltered slightly. "Oh, really?" Already, we just got here. There was a note of disappointment, but also something else I could not quite place. A subtle resistance. "Could not you stay for one more coffee? Or maybe we could grab dinner later this week?" No. I really can't." I insisted, already standing, fumbling for my purse. "It was great meeting you, though." I did not even make eye contact, as I practically bolted from the table. I could feel his gaze on my back, burning into me as I weaved through the crowded coffee shop, my pace quickening with every step. I did not stop until I burst out onto the busy street, gulping down the cool, crisp air. I glanced back once, through the window, past the steam and the blurry figures. David was still standing by our table, watching me, or at least, I thought he was. My vision was blurry, my heart hammering so hard I felt lightheaded. I did not wait to confirm. I just ran. My car felt miles away. Every step was a desperate race against an unseen clock. My hands trembled so violently, I struggled to unlock the car door. Once inside, I fumbled with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and peeled out of the parking lot, not caring how reckless I looked. The drive home was a blur of heightened senses and raw terror. Every car that pulled up behind me, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror became Mark, or David, or someone working for them. I gripped the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. My eyes darted from the road to the mirrors. Convinced I was being followed, I took random turns, sped up, slowed down, trying to shake off anyone who might be tailing me. My phone buzzed on the passenger seat, vibrating against the fabric, and I nearly screamed. It was Chloe. I snatched it up, my voice a frantic whisper. Chloe, he knows. He knows about the succulent. David knows. Whoa, slow down, Chloe said, her voice calm but laced with concern. What are you talking about? Did Mark show up? No, not Mark. David. My date, I stammered, trying to piece together the words, my mind still reeling. He mentioned the pink-tipped succulents. He said he knew I had them. How could he know? Chloe. I never posted it anywhere. There was a beat of silence on the other end. Then, Chloe's voice, lower now, more serious. Okay, breathe. Are you sure he was not just guessing? Like, you mentioned gardening, maybe he just threw out a common plant type. No, it was too specific. The pink tips. And the way he said it, like he knew. I insisted, tears stinging my eyes. And then when I tried to leave, he did not want me to go. He was watching me from the window when I left. I swear, Chloe, it was like he was part of it. Like Mark sent him. Chloe sighed, a sound of frustration and worry. Look, I know your nerves are shot. And it is possible. With Mark, anything is possible. But you need to get home, lock everything down, and you need to call the police. You can't keep doing this, hiding and running. It is not safe. But what if it makes him worse? I pleaded, my voice cracking. What if it just provokes him? I just want him to disappear. I want this to be over. It is not going to be over until you face it, Chloe said, her voice firm. And running to a Tinder date did not help, did it? You need to come stay with me. Tonight. Do not even go into your apartment. Just drive straight here. The thought of going to Chloe's was tempting, so incredibly tempting, but something held me back. A stubborn, foolish part of me that wanted to reclaim my space, to prove to myself that Mark had not completely taken over, and a terrifying curiosity. I needed to see if there was anything else, any other sign. No, I said, my voice barely audible. I need to go home. I need to check something. I will call you as soon as I am inside. Promise. And I will double lock everything. Chloe was quiet for a moment. Okay. But you call me, and if anything at all feels off, you get out of there. You hear me. Do not be a hero. Just run. I hear you, I whispered and hung up. The drive felt endless. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, the familiar buildings looked alien, menacing. My home, my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I parked, took a deep, shaky breath, and forced myself out of the car. The evening air was cool, but I was sweating. I practically sprinted up the stairs to my apartment, fumbling with my keys. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped them once, the metallic clang echoing in the silent hallway, making me jump. I finally got the door open, slammed it shut behind me, and immediately engaged every lock, the deadbolt, the chain, the knob lock. I even pushed a chair against the door, a pathetic attempt at a barricade. The apartment was still silent. The afternoon sun had dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the living room. My eyes immediately went to the windowsill. There it was, the succulent, pink-tipped and innocent-looking, yet a malevolent witness to my violated peace. It felt like it was mocking me. I walked through the apartment, my heart thumping against my ribs. I checked every window, every closet, every nook and cranny. Nothing, no forced entry, no obvious signs of Mark. But the feeling of being watched, of my space being compromised, was a physical weight on my chest. I felt like I was walking through a crime scene, a ghost in my own home. I tried to distract myself. I flicked on every light, desperate to banish the shadows. I put on some music, anything to drown out the oppressive silence, but the upbeat tempo felt wrong, jarring against my terror. My phone buzzed again. Chloe. I quickly texted her home. Locked up? All clear. We'll call soon. A lie. Nothing was clear. I paced. My mind replayed David's words. Mark's text, the feeling of his eyes on me. The succulent, it kept drawing my gaze. It was the key, the symbol, the proof. How could he have known? I stopped in front of the windowsill, staring at the little plant. I hated it. I hated what it represented. I hated that Chloe had given it to me, innocently, and now it was tainted. I hated that I could not bring myself to throw it out, partly because it was a gift, partly because it felt like admitting defeat, partly because I was just too damn scared to touch it. But now, something felt different. A faint, almost imperceptible smell. Something earthy, like freshly disturbed soil, mixed with something metallic. My brow furrowed. I had not watered it in days. And the pot itself, a small ceramic one, seemed slightly off. A tiny bit of dirt was clinging to the rim, as if it had been recently moved, or something had been placed inside. My breath hitched. I remembered Chloe's words. If anything at all feels off, you get out of there. But I could not. I was frozen, compelled by a morbid curiosity. Slowly, carefully, I reached out. My hand trembled as I touched the ceramic pot. It felt cool, smooth. I picked it up, expecting it to be light, but it was heavier than I remembered. As I lifted it, a small, dark object fell from underneath, landing with a soft thud on the windowsill. My blood ran cold. It was not a pebble or a stray piece of dirt. It was a tiny, perfectly formed, laminated photograph, the size of a postage stamp. My fingers fumbled as I picked it up. It was a picture of me from this morning. I was sitting on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, looking utterly exhausted. My hair was a mess. There was a half-empty mug of coffee on the table in front of me. My face was pale, my eyes wide with fear, just like they were now. And in the background, clearly visible on the windowsill, was the pink-tipped succulent. My world tilted, my breath caught in my throat. This was not just a threat. This was not just a violation. Mark was not just watching me from outside. He had been in my apartment, not weeks ago, when he left the succulent, but today, this morning, while I was still huddled on the couch, terrified, convinced my home was safe enough, the implications crashed down on me. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. He had not just seen the plant. He had been here. He had been inside. He had taken this photo. He had been watching me, living with me, in some twisted, invisible way. And he had placed this photo under the succulent, a chilling calling card, a declaration of his omnipresence. The coffee date. David. It all clicked into place. David's comment was not a lucky guess. It was a message. A subtle confirmation that Mark was always one step ahead, always pulling the strings. Was David an unwitting pawn, or was he in on it? The thought made my stomach churn. I dropped the photo, my hands shaking uncontrollably. It fluttered to the ground like a dead leaf. The house, which moments ago felt like a fragile shield, now felt like a death trap. Every shadow deepened. Every creak of the old building amplified into a monstrous groan. I was no longer alone. I could not be. A faint sound from upstairs, a soft thump, like something falling, or someone shifting their weight. My heart stopped. He was here. He had to be. He had been here this morning, and he was here now, waiting, watching, playing his sick game. My phone. I needed my phone. I scrambled for it, my fingers numb. I dialed 911, my thumb hovering over the call button. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the suffocating silence of the apartment. Then, my phone rang. An unknown number. My blood ran cold. I stared at the screen, paralyzed. It had to be him. It had to be Mark. The phone kept ringing, a relentless, grating sound that clawed at my last shred of sanity. I could not answer. I could not answer. My hand moved on its own, a desperate, foolish hope that it was Chloe, that it was anyone but him. I pressed the answer button. Hello. My voice was a terrified whisper. A pause. A soft, almost imperceptible static. Then, a voice. Calm, measured, chillingly familiar. Mark's voice, but distorted, as if speaking through a cheap recorder or a voice changer. Did you enjoy your little surprise? He purred, the words twisting my gut. I told you, you can't run. Not from me. He knew about the photo. He knew I had found it. I see you are still clutching that little plant, he continued, his voice a low, sinister hum that vibrated through the phone. You really should have thrown it out. Such a shame. It was a gift. My eyes darted to my hand. I was, indeed, still clutching the ceramic pot, the succulent clutched tightly, my knuckles white. He was watching me. He was here. Right now? The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. He was not just on the phone. He was in the apartment, or just outside, with a clear view. He was everywhere. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor. The call still connected. Mark's distorted voice, a low, taunting drone emanating from the speaker. I did not think. I did not breathe. I just ran. I burst through the living room, past the barricaded door, fumbling with the locks, my mind screaming. I tore open the door, ignoring the chair that clattered to the floor behind me, and stumbled out into the hallway. My bare feet slapped against the cold linoleum as I ran down the stairs, not even bothering to look back. I heard something then. A faint click. From inside my apartment, the sound of a lock engaging or disengaging. I did not stop. I ran out of the building, into the cool night air, gasping, choking, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I ran down the street, blindly, frantically, not knowing where I was going, just knowing I had to get away. Away from Mark, away from the plant, away from the house that was no longer my home. I glanced back once, my chest heaving, tears streaming down my face. My apartment building stood silent, dark, but in my living room window, a faint light flickered. A shadow, tall and still, seemed to stand there, watching me. I screamed. A raw, primal sound that tore from my throat, echoing in the quiet night. I do not know how long I ran, or where I was going. All I knew was that Mark was everywhere. and my home was no longer my own, and I was never going to be truly safe again. Let us shift into the next story. The first rays of dawn brought no comfort, only highlighting my apartment's vulnerability. Stepping outside made my stomach churn. I practically ran to my Civic, fumbling with the lock, my eyes darting around. The drive to work was a blur of paranoia, my old car a flimsy tin can. I imagined Ethan's calm, blue eyes, watching me, always watching, and that is where my nightmare truly began. I got to work, punched in, and tried to act normal. But normal felt like a costume I could not wear. Every email notification made me jump. Every coworker walking past my cubicle felt like a potential threat. My coffee went cold, untouched. My stomach was a knot of ice. How in the hell did he know about the Italy folder? That was the detail that gnawed at me, sharper than any other. My coffee order, the pastry, those could be gleaned from a quick glance at my social media, maybe even from the date itself if I would mention them. But the Italy folder, that was deeply personal, tucked away on my laptop, only accessible if you knew my password or had physical access to my machine, my mind raced back to the date. It had been just a few hours. We met at a coffee shop. We talked. He seemed normal. A little intense, maybe. But I would dismiss it as nerves. He was handsome, charming, a good conversationalist. We laughed. We even shared a dessert. There was no moment, no single moment, where I would left my laptop unattended near him. I had not even brought it to the date. My phone was in my purse the whole time. Or was it a flicker of memory, cold and sharp, cut through the fog of my panic? Halfway through the date, my phone battery had been dying. Ethan, ever the gentleman, had offered his portable charger. "Here," he would said, a casual smile on his face, "do not want you to be stranded without a way home." I would thank him, plugging it in, barely thinking about it. I would even joked about how much I relied on my phone. He would held it for a moment, just a second or two, before handing it back to me. Was that it? Was that the window? Could he have done something in that brief moment? Installed something? Copied something? It sounded like something out of a spy movie, but the alternative that he would broken into my apartment before the date was even more terrifying. I spent the rest of the workday in a haze of terror and frantic, silent investigation. I opened my laptop, my fingers trembling as I navigated to my secret Italy folder. It was still there, a collection of dream destinations, travel guides, photos of ancient ruins and sun-drenched coastlines. My escape, my future. Now it felt tainted, exposed. I ran a full virus scan, then another, and another. Nothing. My computer seemed clean. But I knew better. The sophisticated stuff did not show up with a simple scan. I tried to remember if I would clicked any strange links, opened any odd attachments. Nothing stood out. My paranoia was a living thing, squirming in my gut. I searched for Ethan online again. Gut GU. LinkedIn. YouTube. Instagram. Nothing. It was like he would never existed. No digital footprint, no social media presence, no professional profile. Just a ghost. A ghost who knew my dreams of Italy, my preference for almond croissants, and the exact blend of my morning coffee. The absence of information was far more terrifying than finding a dozen profiles. It meant he was deliberate, careful. It meant he was hiding. The clock ticked agonizingly, slowly, towards 5. Every minute felt like an hour. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen, trapped in my cubicle, waiting for the inevitable. When it was finally time to leave, I practically sprinted out of the building, not even bothering to say goodbye to my coworkers. The drive home was worse than the morning. Every car behind me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, every shadow felt like a threat. I took circuitous routes, doubled back, drove through neighborhoods I would never seen before, just to shake the feeling that I was being followed. But the feeling clung to me, a suffocating blanket. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex, the setting sun cast long, sinister shadows across the familiar buildings. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled with my keys, my hands slick with sweat, and shoved the key into the lock. The click echoed in the silent hallway, deafening. I pushed the door open, my eyes darting around the entryway. Nothing seemed out of place. The usual clutter of my shoes, my mail on the small table. I stepped inside, closing the door quickly, double locking it, then adding the chain. My breath hitched. The air in my apartment felt heavy, stagnant. I walked through the living room, into the kitchen, then the bedroom. Everything seemed untouched. The bed was made just as I would left it. My clothes were still draped over the chair. The books on my nightstand were in the same precarious stack. I checked the windows, pulling the curtains tighter, checking the locks twice. I peered into the dark corners of my closet, under the bed. Nothing, but the feeling persisted. The feeling that I was not alone. The feeling that someone had been here. I walked back into the living room, my gaze sweeping over my laptop, still open on the coffee table where I had left it that morning. And that is when I saw it. A small, square post-it note, neon yellow, stuck right on the center of my laptop screen. My blood ran cold. I had not left that there. I knew I had not. My hand trembled as I reached for it. On it, in neat block letters, was a single word, ciao. Just ciao. And underneath it, a small, crudely drawn heart. Ciao, Bella. The unsaid part of his message echoed in my mind, a chilling whisper. He knew about Italy. He knew I wanted to go there. And he had been here, in my apartment, at my laptop. A scream clawed at my throat, but no sound came out. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, my eyes fixed on that innocuous yellow square. This was not a hack. This was not just digital. He had been inside. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. I rushed to the front door, yanking on the locks, testing the chain. Still secure. How had he gotten in? I lived on the 3rd floor. No fire escape. My windows were locked. There was no sign of forced entry. No broken glass. No splintered wood. I ran through every possibility. Did I forget to lock the door this morning? No. I was paranoid. I always checked. Did I have a spare key hidden somewhere? A spare I would forgotten about? No, only one set on my keychain. Had he picked the lock? Was he some kind of master thief? The only explanation that made any sense was that he had a key, a duplicate. But how? I would never given anyone a spare key. The landlord had a master key, but he would not just hand it out unless Ethan was not just some random guy from Tinder, unless he had a connection to the building, or perhaps he was a previous tenant, but he would found me through Tinder, not by already living here. My mind was a whirlwind of frantic, terrifying questions. I frantically searched my apartment again, this time with a primal fear driving me. I checked every drawer, every cupboard, every corner. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called my best friend. Sarah. "Hey, what is up?" she answered, her voice cheerful, oblivious. Sarah. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. He was here. Ethan was in my apartment. There was a beat of silence on the other end. What are you talking about? How do you know? I explained about the post-it note, the ciao. I told her about the Italy folder, the missing Tinder profile, the feeling of being watched. I could hear the skepticism in her voice, even though she tried to hide it. Look, maybe you just forgot you put the post-it there. Or maybe it is a prank, a really messed up one, but not what you think. No, I cried, my voice cracking. I know I did not. This is not a prank. He knows things. Sarah, things he should not know. He has been inside my head, and now he has been inside my home. Okay, calm down, she said, her voice softening. Realizing the depth of my terror. Have you called the police? What would I tell them? A guy I went on one date with left a post-it note on my laptop. They would laugh me out of the station. There is no forced entry. No broken window. Nothing tangible. Well, you can't stay there, she said, her voice firm. Come over to my place. Now, just grab your essentials and come. I wanted to... Oh. God. I wanted to... But the thought of leaving, of walking out into the dark hallway, into the unknown, filled me with a fresh wave of paralyzing fear. What if he was waiting outside? What if he was watching the building? I can't, I whispered, tears finally streaming down my face. I can't leave. What if he is out there? He is not gonna just be waiting for you. Sarah tried to reassure me, but her voice lacked conviction. Just be careful. Call me back as soon as you are out, and lock everything up. I disconnected the call, feeling more alone than ever. Sarah, bless her heart, could not truly understand. She had not felt his eyes on her, had not had her private dreams violated. I moved through my apartment like a ghost, pulling every curtain even tighter, pushing the heavy armchair against the front door, then the small dining table against the back door. It was a futile gesture. I knew if he had a key, or could pick a lock, a few pieces of furniture would not stop him. But it made me feel marginally less vulnerable. The darkness outside my window deepened, mirroring the darkness in my mind. Sleep was an impossible luxury. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind, every distant siren sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I sat on my bed, clutching a heavy, ornate letter opener I usually kept on my desk. It was ridiculous, a flimsy defense, but it was all I had. My phone vibrated violently in my hand, making me jump. Unknown number. My breath hitched. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering. It rang twice, then stopped. A moment later, a text message popped up. Do not worry. I just wanted to say goodnight. My blood ran cold. He knew I was awake. He was watching me, or listening. Or both. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the room, searching for a hidden camera, a listening device. My gaze fell on my smart speaker, a small, innocuous cylinder on my bedside table. Had he hacked it? Was it listening to me right now? I ripped it from the wall, plunging the room into a deeper silence. The fear was a living, breathing entity in the room with me. It crawled on my skin, squeezed my chest, made my teeth chatter. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a frantic hummingbird, fluttering uselessly. Then I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound coming from the living room. A whisper. My body froze. I strained my ears, holding my breath. Nothing, just the pounding of my own heart. I must have imagined it. The stress was getting to me. Then it came again, clearer this time. A woman's voice. My voice. Someday, I will live in Italy. It was distorted, tinny, like an old recording, but it was undeniably my voice. My dream, my secret, played back to me in the dark, empty apartment. It was from the Italy folder. He had recorded me talking about it, or found a voice memo, or stitched together something from my social media. He was playing it. He was toying with me. Panic clawed at my throat. He was not just watching. He was here, where he had a device, a speaker hidden somewhere in my apartment. I gripped the letter opener tighter, my knuckles white. I had to get out. Now, as if on cue, the lights flickered once, twice, then plunged the entire apartment into total darkness. The emergency lights in the hallway outside my door cast an eerie, orange glow under the doorframe, but inside, it was absolute black. My heart leaped into my throat. This was not a coincidence. This was him. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the oppressive darkness, making shadows dance. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold it steady. I had to get out. I could not stay here another second. I crept towards the front door, my bare feet silent on the carpet. The armchair and table were still blocking it, a pathetic barricade. I started to carefully, slowly, push them aside, trying to make as little noise as possible. Every creak of the wood, every scrape of the furniture against the floor, sounded like a gunshot in the silent apartment. I was halfway through moving the armchair when I heard it. A soft, distinct click from the front door. My blood ran cold. My entire body locked up. Someone was trying the handle. I froze, the letter opener still clutched in my hand. My breath caught in my throat. I could hear the faint rattle of the doorknob, barely audible over the roar of blood in my ears. He was there, right outside my door. He was trying to get in. My mind screamed. Every instinct shrieked at me to run, to hide, to fight. I could not go through the front door. He was there. My eyes darted around the dark living room. The back door. It led to a small enclosed patio, then a gate that opened onto a rarely used service alley. It was my only way out. I abandoned the armchair, leaving it half moved. I turned and sprinted, silently as I could, towards the kitchen, towards the back door. My phone flashlight bounced wildly, illuminating distorted shadows. I reached the back door, fumbling with the deadbolt. My fingers were numb with fear. Clumsy. The lock finally clicked open. I shoved the table away, threw open the door, and burst onto the small patio. The night air hit me, cold and sharp. I did not stop. I yanked open the patio gate, squeezing through the narrow opening, and stumbled into the dark alley. I did not look back. I just ran. My bare feet slapped against the rough concrete, ignoring the pain. I ran down the alley, heart pounding like a drum, until I reached the street. The streetlights here were working, casting pools of sickly yellow light. My Civic was parked just a block away. I ran towards it, my lungs burning, a stitch in my side. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so hard I dropped them. I let out a choked sob, scooped them up, and jammed the key into the lock. It clicked open. I dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. I locked it immediately, then started the engine. The old Civic sputtered to life, a comforting rumble in the terrifying silence. My hands were still trembling as I put the car in reverse. Backing out of the parking spot, I glanced in the rearview mirror, my breath catching in my throat. There, standing in the doorway of my apartment building, was a silhouette, tall, still, just a dark shape against the faint orange glow of the hallway. Emergency lights. I could not make out details, but I knew. I knew it was him. And in my mind's eye, I saw his face, calm and unreadable, his blue eyes fixed on me. Watching me leave, letting me go, for now, I slammed my foot on the gas, peeling out of the parking lot, speeding away, into the night. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I could not go back. Not to that apartment, not to that life. I drove for hours. The image of that silhouette seared into my mind. I eventually pulled into a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paid cash, and locked myself in the room. I sat on the edge of the bed, the flimsy chain on the door feeling like a joke. My apartment, my fortress, had become a glass cage. Now, the whole world felt like one. I knew I would change my locks, wipe my laptop clean, maybe even move to a new city, but it would not matter. He knew me. He had seen my dreams, entered my home, and left his mark. Sleep was still an impossible luxury. Every shadow, every creak of the motel room, every distant sound was Ethan. His calm, blue eyes were everywhere. My secret Italy folder, once a symbol of hope, was now a chilling reminder of how deeply someone could invade your life, stealing not just your safety, but your very sense of self. I was free, for now, but I knew I would never truly be safe again. The nightmare had just begun. Let us shift into the next story. The cold, hard realization hit me like a physical blow. I had told someone I barely knew, Marco. I would met him on Tinder weeks ago, a charming stranger with intense eyes and a captivating smile. He was Italian, he said, and when I, in a moment of what I now recognized as terrifying vulnerability, confessed my secret dream of moving to Italy, of escaping everything and starting fresh, his eyes had lit up. He would leaned closer, his voice a low, warm rumble, and said, "Bella, Italy awaits you. Perhaps I could show you around." The memory, once sweet, now twisted into something sinister in my mind. Sarah, still holding the crumpled yellow post-it, looked at me, her brow furrowed with a mixture of concern and dawning horror. "Marco," she whispered, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. "Yes." I choked out, my voice raw. Marco, the one I went on that one date with, the Italian guy. Sarah slowly lowered the note, her gaze distant as she processed this new, terrifying piece of the puzzle. "But how would he know where you live? You only went on one date, right? And it was not at your place." That was the question that had been clawing at my throat since I found the note. How could he possibly know? My apartment was my sanctuary, my private space. I would never given him my address. I would been so careful, or so I thought. My mind raced back to that single date. Just a few weeks ago, we met at a trendy little bar downtown. He was exactly as his profile depicted, tall, dark hair, eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets. He was charming, engaging, and had a way of making me feel like I was the only person in the room. We talked for hours. He asked about my life, my job, my aspirations, and yes, my dreams. My dream of Italy. I remember laughing, a little embarrassed, as I told him about my Pinterest board filled with Tuscan villas and Roman cobblestone streets, my Duolingo streaks, my half-baked plans to save every penny and just go. He would listen intently, a slight, knowing smile playing on his lips. He would even offer to help me practice my Italian. "Ciao, Bella," he would said, his voice husky, when we parted ways. I would thought it was sweet, a charming European farewell. Now, it was a declaration of war. I do not know. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I honestly do not know." But he knew about Italy, and he was in my apartment. That is not a coincidence. Sarah wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a tight hug. Her embrace was a small comfort in the storm of panic raging inside me. "Okay," she said, her voice firm, "we need to figure this out. First, let us check his Tinder profile. See if it is still there." My hand still shaking. I fumbled for my phone. Opening the Tinder app felt like opening a Pandora's box. I scrolled through my past matches, my heart hammering against my ribs. There, Marco. His profile picture, the same captivating smile, the intense eyes. I tapped on it, my finger hovering over the unmatched button. But I needed information. His profile was still there. No obvious red flags, just the usual bio Italian, in town for a while, looking for good company and new experiences. A shiver ran down my spine. New experiences now sounded like a terrifying euphemism for stalking. "What do I do?" I asked Sarah, my voice small. "Do I message him? Confront him?" Sarah frowned, her gaze fixed on the screen. "No, not yet. We do not know what we are dealing with. If he is crazy enough to break into your apartment, we do not want to poke the bear." She thought for a moment. "Did you ever give him your full name? Or your workplace?" I racked my brain, trying to recall every detail of our single date. "No, I do not think so. Just my first name. And I definitely did not tell him where I work. I am always super careful about that kind of stuff, you know?" "Okay," Sarah said. "Then how did he get your address? Did you ever, share your location with him for any reason? A Snapchat map or something?" I shook my head vigorously. "Never. I am paranoid about that. I always turn off location services for apps like that. A new wave of dread washed." over me. If I had not given him my address, and he had not tracked me via my phone, then how had he found my sanctuary? The only other way... My car, I whispered, the realization dawning on me. My license plate. He could have followed me home from the bar, or even just seen my car in a parking lot, gotten the plate number, and looked me up. The thought sent a fresh wave of icy panic through me. It was so simple, so mundane, yet so terrifyingly effective. He could have just seen me, seen my car, and decided I was his. "Okay," Sarah said, her voice grim. "This is serious. We need to call the police. They won't do anything," I said, tears pricking my eyes. "It is just a post-it note." Sarah: "A, ciao, and a heart. They will tell me to change my locks, maybe, and that is it. It is a break-in, whether they believe it or not." She insisted, and he left a threatening message. "It is evidence." Reluctantly, I agreed. Sarah helped me compose myself, and we called the non-emergency line. The officer who took the report was polite but distant. He listened to my shaky account of the post-it, the Italy dream. Marco. He asked if anything was stolen. No. I said that is the terrifying part. Nothing was taken. He just left the note. There was a long pause on the other end. "Madam, I understand this is unsettling, but without any forced entry, or stolen property, and just a note. It is difficult to prove a break-in. It could be a prank. Do you have any ex-boyfriends who might be trying to scare you?" My blood ran cold. "No, this is Marco, the man from Tinder. He knows about my dreams. He was in my apartment. We can send an officer to take a look, but honestly, madam, without more tangible evidence, our hands are tied. We would advise you to change your locks, be vigilant, and if he makes direct contact or any further threats, then we can open a formal investigation." I hung up, feeling utterly defeated. Just as I predicted, they thought I was overreacting, or worse, making it up. Sarah squeezed my hand. "See? I told you, they are useless." "So what now?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "Do I just wait for him to do something worse?" "No," Sarah said, her jaw set. "You stay here for a while. We will figure something out." The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I stayed at Sarah's, sleeping fitfully, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside the window, sending a jolt of terror through me. I kept my phone clutched in my hand, checking for messages, for calls, for anything from Marco. There was nothing. The silence was almost worse than a direct threat. It meant he was out there, watching, waiting, planning. I could not go to my apartment. The thought of stepping back into that space, knowing he had been there, violated it, made my stomach churn. Sarah tried to convince me to go back, to at least pack more clothes, but I could not. My haven was now a haunted house. One afternoon, about 5 days after the initial incident, I nervously checked my email. There, nestled between newsletters and spam, was an email from an unknown sender. The subject line was chillingly simple. "Ciao, Bella." My heart leaped into my throat. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped my phone. I stared at the screen, unable to open it, yet unable to look away. Sarah, seeing the terror on my face, snatched the phone from my hand. She opened the email. It was just a single image. A photo of my apartment building, taken from across the street. My window, the one to my bedroom, was clearly visible, and in the bottom corner of the image, half obscured by a tree branch, was a small, crudely drawn heart. "Oh my God," Sarah breathed, her face pale. "He is still watching your place." I felt a scream building in my chest, but no sound came out. He had not just been there. He was still there, or had been recently. This was not a one-time thing. This was an ongoing surveillance. We have to go to the police again. I finally managed to croak. "This is proof. This is a direct threat. This time, The police took it a little more seriously. An officer came to Sarah's apartment. He looked at the email, studied the photo. He acknowledged it was disturbing, but again, he explained the limitations. It is a picture of a public building, madam. While unsettling, it is not a direct threat of violence. We can't act on just a photo. But he was in her apartment, Sarah interjected, frustration lacing her voice. And he is still watching her. We understand your concern, the officer said, his tone still annoyingly calm. We will add this to the report. We can increase patrols in the area of your apartment, madam, and we will keep an eye out for anyone suspicious. But without a direct threat or any physical harm, our hands are still somewhat tied. We can't just arrest someone for sending a creepy email. I felt a cold rage bubbling inside me. They were not going to help. I was on my own. That night, I could not sleep at all. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every sound outside Sarah's window seemed magnified. I scrolled through Marco's Tinder profile again, desperately searching for something, anything. I might have missed his bio, his pictures. Everything seemed innocuous. He looked like any other guy on the app, a normal guy. But he was not. He was a predator, lurking in the shadows, waiting. The next morning, I woke up to a notification on my phone. It was not an email. It was a message on iUtube Messenger. From Marco. My blood ran cold. I had not given him my iUtube. My profile was private, only visible to friends. How had he found me? Sarah was still asleep in the next room. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with pure terror. I had to open it. I had to know. The message was short. I saw you drove a gray Honda Civic. Mia. Nice car. Very practical, but a little dusty. Do not you think? Maybe you should get it washed. I know a great car wash near your work. My breath hitched. He knew my name, my full name. He knew my car, and he knew where I worked. He had been following me, not just to my apartment, but to my job. The car wash he mentioned was indeed very close to my office building. He was not just watching my home, he was watching me everywhere. I felt a scream building in my throat, a primal sound of pure terror. I stumbled out of the room, shaking Sarah awake. He knows everything. Sarah. He messaged me on iUtube. He knows about my car, my work. He has been following me. Sarah's eyes widened as she read the message. Her face, usually so calm, was now etched with fear. Okay, she said, her voice tight. This is it. We are going to the police station in person. This is harassment. This is stalking. They have to do something now. At the police station, the detective we spoke to was a middle-aged woman named Detective Miller. She had a no-nonsense demeanor, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of hope. She listened to my story, patiently, intently, examining the post-it, the email, the iUtube message. This is escalating, she said, her voice grave. The specificity of the details, the mention of your workplace, that is a direct threat. We will open a full investigation. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of terror. An investigation? What did that mean? Would they catch him? Would he retaliate? Detective Miller advised me to block Marco on all platforms, to change my routine, and to be extra vigilant. She said they would try to track his digital footprint, to see if they could get an address or any identifying information. They would also send plainclothes officers to monitor my apartment and workplace, if possible. But for me, the damage was already done. My sense of safety was shattered. Every car that drove past, every stranger I saw, every shadow became a potential threat. I was living in a constant state of hyper-awareness, my nerves frayed, my heart always pounding. I could not even go to work. Sarah had to call in sick for me, explaining a family emergency. I stayed at Sarah's, but even there, I did not feel safe. Marco knew my car. What if he found Sarah's place? He seemed to have an uncanny ability to find me, no matter how careful I was. 2 days later, Detective Miller called. Her voice was somber. We have tried to trace the email and iUtube account. Madam, the email address was a burner account, untraceable. The iUtube profile, it is gone. Deleted, and his Tinder profile, also gone. My blood ran cold. He was erasing his tracks. He was a ghost. But we did find something else. Detective Miller continued. We ran the name, Marco, through our databases, cross-referencing with anyone who might have recently traveled from Italy or had a history of similar incidents. We found one person, a man named Marco Rossi. He was deported from the UK last year for a series of stalking incidents. Same M. O, meeting women online, developing an obsession, then escalating to home invasions and harassment. He used multiple aliases, but his description matches yours, and he is known to be incredibly resourceful. Is he in the us now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. We do not have any record of him entering the country legally, she said. But that does not mean he is not here. He could be here illegally, or using another fake identity. We are putting out an alert, but he is a ghost, madam. He is very good at disappearing. The line went silent. A ghost? A resourceful, obsessed ghost who knew my name, my car, my apartment, my workplace, and my deepest, most secret dreams. That night, Sarah and I decided we could not stay in the city. We needed to get out. We packed a few essentials, our minds racing, our hearts pounding. We decided to drive to Sarah's parents' cabin, deep in the woods, hours away. It was isolated, no cell service, no internet. It felt like the only place we might truly be safe. The drive was pure torture. Every car that passed us, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror sent a jolt of panic through me. I imagined Marco, a sinister smile on his face, following us, knowing exactly where we were going. We arrived at the cabin late, exhausted and terrified. The darkness of the woods was absolute, the silence deafening. It felt both comforting and profoundly unsettling. We locked every door, every window, even though the cabin had not been used in months. The next morning, the sun filtered through the trees, casting dappled light on the dusty cabin interior. I felt a tiny sliver of peace, a fragile hope that we had finally escaped him. Sarah was making coffee, trying to lighten the mood. I walked over to the old wooden bookshelf, filled with dusty books and forgotten trinkets. My eyes scanned the titles, looking for something to distract me, and then I saw it. Nestled between an old copy of Moby Dick and a worn photo album was a small, yellow post-it note. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. My hands began to tremble uncontrollably. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the familiar texture of the paper. I pulled it out, my eyes fixed on the single chilling word, written in the same neat looping script. Ciao. And beneath it, a crudely drawn heart. My world did not just shatter again, it evaporated. He knew. He always knew. He was here. He was everywhere. I dropped the note, my legs giving out from under me. I crumpled to the floor, gasping for air that would not come. Sarah, hearing the thud, rushed over. Her eyes followed my terrified gaze to the post-it on the floor. Her face drained of all color. No, she whispered, her voice barely audible. No, this is not possible. But it was terrifyingly, undeniably possible. He had been here. He had been waiting. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The silence of the woods, once comforting, now screamed with malevolent intent. I scrambled backward, crawling away from the note, away from the bookshelf, away from the window that looked out into the impenetrable forest. Every shadow was a potential hiding place. Every rustle of leaves outside was a whisper. He knew about Italy. He knew about my apartment. He knew about my car, my work. And now, he knew about Sarah's family cabin, my last desperate refuge. There was nowhere left to run. The front door, which we had so carefully locked, suddenly creaked open a fraction of an inch, revealing nothing but the inky blackness of the forest beyond. A cold gust of wind swept through the cabin, carrying with it the faint, sweet scent of pine and something else. Something metallic, like old blood, and then, from the darkness outside, a low, warm voice. A voice I would never forget, whispered into the chilling silence of the cabin. Bella, Italy awaits you, and so do I. And so, our next story continues sleep. The word felt like a cruel joke, a distant memory from a life that no longer existed. My body was a lead weight on the couch, but my mind was a frantic hummingbird, beating its wings against the inside of my skull. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, making my heart hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. The realization, cold and undeniable, had sunk its teeth into me. Ethan knew where I lived. It was not just a random guess, a lucky hit. His knowledge of my coffee order, the exact pastry I liked, the secret Italy folder tucked away on my laptop, it was all too precise, too intimate. It was not just online stalking. It was a deep, surgical invasion. And now, he knew my address. The thought was a venomous snake coiling in my stomach, its scales cold against my insides. My apartment, usually my fortress, my sanctuary, now felt like a glass cage. Every window was a gaping maw, every door a flimsy barrier. I would double-locked everything, then walked through each room like a frantic ghost, checking again, pulling curtains tight, peering into the dark corners where shadows seemed to writhe with imagined shapes. My old Civic, parked just outside, suddenly felt like a beacon, a giant arrow pointing directly to me. How in the hell did he know? I racked my brain, replaying every moment of our brief online exchange, our even briefer coffee date. Had I mentioned my street name in passing? Posted a picture with a telltale landmark? No. I was always so careful, paranoid. Even I had a strict rule about not giving out my address until I would met someone in person a few times. And even then, I usually opted for a neutral meeting spot. Ethan was a first date, for crying out loud, a first, and now, terrifying last date. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling. I needed to check his Tinder profile again. Maybe I would miss something. Maybe there was a clue, a red flag I would ignore. But when I navigated to the app, my thumb hovering over his name, a new wave of dread washed over me. His profile was gone. Vanished. Not just unmatched, but completely deleted, as if he would never existed. Just a blank space where his picture and bio should have been. The digital ghost of a man who knew too much. Panic clawed at my throat. I furiously scrubbed my digital footprint, deleting old posts, changing privacy settings. A futile gesture I knew, but I could not stop. It was like trying to erase footprints in the sand as the tide came in. He had already seen what he wanted to see. He had already taken what he wanted to take. The darkness outside my window deepened, mirroring the darkness in my mind. Every creak, every rustle, every distant siren felt like a direct threat. I huddled on the couch, pulling a blanket around me as if it could shield me from the unseen eyes. I felt boring into me from the outside. Sleep was an impossible luxury. The first rays of dawn, usually a welcome sight, brought no comfort. They only illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, highlighting the vulnerability of my apartment. My eyes were gritty. My head throbbed. I had not slept a wink. The world outside, once a vibrant place, now felt like a minefield. Getting dressed felt like an act of defiance, forcing myself into a semblance of normalcy. I had to go to work. I could not just stay here, paralyzed by fear. Could I? The thought of stepping outside made my stomach churn. What if he was out there? What if he was watching? I peered through the peephole, my breath catching in my throat. The hallway was empty. I gripped my keys, my knuckles white, and slowly, cautiously opened the door. The familiar scent of stale carpet and cleaning solution was a jarring contrast to the wild animal fear thrumming in my veins. I practically ran to my Civic, fumbling with the lock, my eyes darting around the parking lot. Every parked car felt like a potential hiding spot. Every shadow, a lurking figure. The drive to work was a blur of paranoia. I checked my rearview mirror obsessively, taking circuitous routes, making sudden turns to see if anyone was following. My old Civic, usually a reliable friend, now felt like a flimsy tin can, offering no protection at all. I imagined Ethan's calm blue eyes, now twin black holes, watching me, his smirk playing on his lips. Do not. You want to know what else I know? His voice, a silken thread, a noose. At the office, I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the chilling realization I could not bring myself to talk to anyone. How do you explain this? A guy I went on a Tinder date with knows my deepest, most private dreams and my coffee order, and now I think he knows where I live and is stalking me. They would think I was crazy or overreacting. They would tell me to block him, report him, but he was already gone from Tinder, and what was there to report? A creepy coffee date. The day crawled by, each minute an eternity. I felt exposed, vulnerable, even in the bustling office. I kept my phone clutched in my hand, jumping at every notification, every vibration. Nothing, just the silence, which somehow felt even more menacing. Returning home was even worse than leaving. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple that felt mocking in their beauty. My apartment building loomed, dark and silent. I parked my car further away than usual, just in case, and power walked to my door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and pulled it shut with a decisive click. Silence inside was heavy, suffocating. I flipped on every light, banishing the shadows, but the feeling of being watched persisted. I walked through each room, a familiar ritual now, checking locks, peering under beds, opening closets. Everything seemed normal, too normal. Then, I noticed it. The window in my bedroom. I swore I had locked it. I remembered the distinct click of the latch, the way I had tugged on it to make sure. But now, it was ever so slightly ajar. Not enough to be obvious. Not enough for someone to have easily slipped in, but enough to make my blood run cold. Just a hair's breadth, a whisper of an opening. Had I forgotten? Was I so sleep-deprived and paranoid that I was imagining things? My mind screamed, no. I had checked it. I knew I had. My hands trembled as I pushed the window shut, the latch clicking with a sound that seemed deafening in the silence. I stood there for a long moment, staring at it, my breath ragged. This was not just paranoia. This was something else. Someone had been here, or they were messing with me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the old window just did not hold the latch well. Maybe a gust of wind had nudged it. But the internal scream was louder. It was him. He was playing with me. I stayed up all night again, perched on the couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. Every shadow became a monster. Every creak of the floorboards, a footstep. I kept imagining his calm face, his blue eyes now twin black holes smirking in the darkness. The next morning, exhaustion weighed me down like a physical burden. I called in sick to work. There was no way I could function. I needed to do something. I needed to move. But where? And how? And what if he just followed me? As I was brewing a cup of coffee, a plain, boring brew, nothing like the elaborate order he had known, my eyes fell on my laptop, still open on the kitchen counter. The Italy folder, my stomach lurched. I had not looked at it since that terrifying date. I had not even opened my laptop, afraid of what I might find. With a trembling hand, I clicked on the folder. It opened, revealing the familiar collection of images rolling Tuscan hills, ancient Roman ruins, glistening Venetian canals. My dream, my secret cherished dream. I scrolled through them, a wave of melancholy washing over me. This was supposed to be a source of joy, of hope, Now, it was just another piece of evidence, another chilling reminder of how deeply he had invaded my life. Then I saw it. A new file, tucked in amongst my meticulously organized photos, a single, plain text document I did not recognize. The file name was simply TuscanyDreams.txt. My breath hitched. I had not created that. I had not downloaded it. Was not mine. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the mouse. Every instinct screamed at me not to open it, to delete it, to run, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, compelled me. What was it? A message, a threat, with a gulp. I clicked. The document opened. It was short, just a few lines. Enjoying your coffee? Darling, I see you are still dreaming of Italy. Do not worry, we will get there. Together, that little window in your bedroom, it is quite charming, just a little drafty. Would not you say? Do not try to run. You will only make it harder on yourself. The words swam before my eyes, each one a dagger twisting in my gut. My coffee, the window, the casual, intimate tone. Darling. Together, he was not just watching me from outside. He had been inside. He had been here, while I was gone, or even worse, while I was sleeping. The thought made my skin crawl, a cold dread seeping into my bones. He had not just opened the window, he had left a message, a chilling calling card. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a scream. I stumbled backward, knocking over my coffee mug. The hot liquid splashed across the counter, but I barely noticed. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, the hallway, the bedroom. Every shadow now held a new, terrifying meaning. He had been here. He knew everything. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling. I had to call the police. Now, this was not just a creepy date. This was a break-in, a clear threat. But as I brought the phone to my ear, a new sound, faint but distinct, reached me from the living room. A soft, almost imperceptible click. It sounded like a camera shutter. My blood ran cold. I froze, my heart seizing in my chest. I slowly, agonizingly slowly, lowered the phone. My eyes scanned the living room, frantically searching. The bookshelf, the corner where the lamp stood, the plants by the window. Then I saw it, tucked discreetly between two books on the shelf, almost perfectly camouflaged by the spines, was a tiny pinhole lens, barely visible unless you knew where to look. A hidden camera. My breath hitched. He was not just watching me, he was filming me. He had been recording me since he placed it there. My every move, my every terrified glance, my every frantic check of the windows. He had been enjoying the show. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The window, the text file, the camera. He was here. He was everywhere. And he was enjoying every terrifying moment of it. A primal scream built in my throat, but I bit it back. I could not let him know. I knew. Not yet. I had to be smart. I had to escape. My mind raced. A chaotic jumble of fear and desperation. I had to get out. Not just out of the apartment, but out of this town. This life. I could not stay here, a puppet in his twisted game. I backed away slowly, my eyes still fixed on the camera lens, as if it were a predator's eye. I moved towards the front door, my hand reaching for the doorknob. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to move, to be silent. Just as my fingers brushed the cold metal of the doorknob, a voice, calm and silky, drifted from the hallway. "Leaving so soon, darling?" My blood froze. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. He was standing in the archway leading to the hallway, leaning casually against the frame. a faint, knowing smirk on his face. His blue eyes, once pleasant, were now twin black holes, devoid of warmth, filled with an unnerving intensity. He was holding something small in his hand, something I recognized with a sickening lurch. A small, dark, red leather-bound journal. My journal, the one I kept hidden under my mattress. The one where I wrote down my most intimate thoughts, my deepest fears, my secret dreams. The dreams of Italy. I thought we could finally have that talk about Tuscany, he purred, his voice a silken thread, a noose tightening around my throat. I have been looking forward to it. He took a step forward, and I instinctively recoiled, stumbling backwards until my back hit the locked front door. There was nowhere to go. My apartment, my sanctuary, had become my trap, and Ethan, the man from Tinder, the man who knew my coffee order and my deepest dreams, had finally stepped out of the shadows and into my living room. His smirk widened, and in his eyes, I saw not just a stalker, but something far, far worse. Something utterly, chillingly devoid of humanity. The horror was not just in what he knew, or what he had done. It was in the calm, casual way he owned it. The terrifying certainty that he had always been here, always watching, always waiting, and now he had finally arrived, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul that my dream of Italy, my very future, had just become his, and I would never be able to run far enough. Let us move ahead with the next chapter. Alright, so you know how it feels when your world just shatters. Like 1 minute you're living your normal, boring life, and the next, everything you thought was real is just gone, replaced by this chilling, suffocating dread. That is exactly where I was. My blood had run cold, a glacial stream replacing the warmth in my veins. The neon yellow post-it note glowing malevolently on my laptop declared a terrifying truth chow, and a crudely drawn heart. He would been here in my apartment. The unsaid Bella echoed in the terrifying silence. A chilling whisper of intimacy I never offered, a possession I never agreed to. This was not just a creepy guy, it was a physical invasion, a violation of my sanctuary. The thought of him breathing my air, touching my things, sent waves of nausea through me. My mind, already a frantic scramble of paranoia, plunged into a new abyss. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against impending doom. How long had it been there? Was he still here, hiding in the shadows, or just outside my window? My apartment, once a haven, was now a tomb of dread. I had checked the locks, but he would still gotten in. I needed to leave now. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I fumbled for my phone. Call the police? What evidence? A post-it note. They would dismiss it. Call Sarah. She would think I was losing my mind. I was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Ignoring the urge to freeze, I forced myself to pack a small bag, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. Every shadow, every mundane object felt like a potential trap. As I grabbed my backpack, my gaze snagged on the post-it again. Ciao. He knew about my dreams of Italy, my escape. He was mocking me with it. I practically ran out, slamming the door, fumbling with the locks. The drive to Sarah's was a blur of heightened paranoia, every car in my rearview mirror a potential threat. Finally at her door, my knuckles were white as I hammered on the wood, the sound echoing like a desperate plea in the quiet night. Sarah pulled the door open, her face, a mix of sleepy confusion and annoyance. What the hell? Clara. It is almost midnight. But the words died on her lips as she took in my appearance. My hair was a mess, probably sticking out at weird angles. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, scanning over her shoulder into the darkness of her hallway. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, and I was pretty sure I was trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. He was there. Sarah. He was in my apartment. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper, yet it felt like a scream tearing through my throat. Her face immediately softened, concern replacing the irritation. Who... What are you talking about? She pulled me inside, her hand warm and solid on my arm, a small comfort in the storm of my panic. The familiar scent of her apartment lavender and old books usually calm me, but tonight it just felt like another place he could find me. I practically collapsed onto her couch, fumbling in my backpack. "The note," I gasped, pulling out the infamous yellow post-it. I thrust it at her, my hand still shaking. It was on my laptop. Ciao and a heart. He knew about Italy. Sarah. He knew. She took the note, her brow furrowing as she read it. Her gaze flicked from the note to my terrified face, then back again. Ciao. Who would wait? Italy? How would anyone know about your Italy dream? You have not really told anyone about that, have you? And that is when it hit me. A cold, hard wave of realization that washed over me, chilling me to the bone. Because I had told someone I barely knew, someone I would met through an app, a digital stranger who had, for a brief, terrifying moment, seemed like a potential connection. It had started a few weeks ago. I had been feeling a bit down, just out of a long-term relationship that ended amicably enough that still left me feeling adrift. My friends, Sarah included, had been bugging me to get back out there. So, one lonely Tuesday night, armed with a glass of wine and a healthy dose of cynicism, I downloaded Tinder. It felt like a joke, really. Swipe left, swipe right, a digital meat market. But then, amongst the endless parade of gym selfies and fish pictures, I saw him, Marco. His profile picture was actually pretty good. He was leaning against a Vespa, a charming, slightly crooked smile on his face, a backdrop of what looked like a sun-drenched Italian piazza behind him. His bio was short, witty, and mentioned a love for travel, good food, and authentic connections. He looked cultured, a little mysterious, and definitely handsome. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. Our initial conversations were easy, flowing. He was attentive, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. He asked about my passions, my dreams, the stuff you do not usually get into on a first Tinder chat. And that is when I made my mistake. I mentioned Italy, my lifelong dream of backpacking through Tuscany, exploring ancient ruins, eating pasta until I exploded, and just soaking up the culture. It was a deeply personal dream, something I would only ever really shared with Sarah, and even then, only in passing. But Marco, he seemed to get it. He talked about how beautiful Italy was, how he would studied abroad there, how he could practically taste the gelato just thinking about it. He made me feel like he understood a part of me that most people never even bothered to look for. We decided to meet for coffee a few days later. I chose a busy, bustling cafe downtown, figuring safety in numbers. Right, he arrived exactly on time, looking even better in person than in his photos. He had dark, intense eyes that seemed to really see you, and a smile that was disarmingly charming. He was Italian, he told me, though he would grown up mostly in the States. He had that slight, almost imperceptible accent that just added to his allure. The conversation flowed just as easily as it had online. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite movies. He was charismatic, attentive, and incredibly engaging. He remembered every little detail I would mention online, even the most fleeting ones. He was flattering. At first, he would say things like, "You mentioned you love that little indie bookstore on Elm Street, right? I passed it today and thought of you." Or, "You said your favorite coffee was a hazelnut latte. I made sure to get you one." It felt thoughtful, like he was really paying attention. But then, little things started to creep in, things I dismissed at the time as me being overly sensitive or just not used to someone being so intense. His gaze, for example. It was not just attentive, it was almost predatory, like he was trying to dissect me, to peer into the deepest corners of my soul. And he would touch my arm or my hand a little too often, letting his fingers linger a fraction of a second too long. When I mentioned my Italy dream again, he leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone. "Clara," he would said, I have a feeling we are going to see Italy together. It is destiny, do not you think? I laughed it off a little uncomfortably. Well, that is a bit fast, is not it? He just smiled, that charming, slightly unsettling smile. For some, perhaps, but not for us. I feel like I have known you forever. Bella, Bella. The word echoed in my mind now, connecting with the Bella that had haunted me from the post. I remember how it felt, then a shiver, a tiny alarm bell going off in the back of my head. But he would set it so casually, so endearingly, that I would push the unease down. He was Italian after all. Maybe it was just a cultural thing. We had a second date. He suggested a hike, a beautiful trail just outside the city. It is secluded, he would say, perfect for really getting to know each other without distractions. My internal alarm bells were ringing a little louder this time, but I told myself I was being paranoid. It was a popular trail, lots of people around. What was the worst that could happen? The hike itself was fine. Initially, the weather was beautiful, the scenery stunning, but Marco's intensity had ratcheted up a notch. He started talking about our future in earnest. Not just Italy, but moving in together, what kind of house we would have, even hypothetical names for children. He spoke with such certainty, such conviction, that it felt less like a conversation and more like a declaration. Then came the really unsettling part. We stopped at a scenic overlook, and he pulled out his phone. Smile for me. Bella, he said, not asking, but commanding. Before I could even react, he snapped a photo. Not a selfie of us, but just of me. He gazed at it for a moment, a strange, possessive look in his eyes. Perfect, he murmured, more to himself than to me. As we walked back down, he started revealing little details about my life that I definitely had not told him. You know, your apartment building is really charming. Clara, I love the brickwork. My stomach dropped. I had not told him where I lived, just the general area. And that little coffee shop you go to every morning, the one with the blue awning, their pastries are amazing. My heart started to pound. He knew my morning routine. How do you know that? I asked, trying to keep my voice even, but a tremor crept in. He just chuckled, that same charming, unsettling laugh. Oh. Bella, I just pay attention. When you find something special, you want to know everything about it. Do not you... He reached out, his hand brushing against my hair, tucking a stray strand behind my ear. It felt less like a tender gesture and more like a claim. I made an excuse to cut the date short, claiming a sudden headache. He was reluctant, his smile fading, replaced by a slight frown. Are you sure? Clara, I was hoping we could get dinner. No, really. I am not feeling well, I insisted, forcing a weak smile. I should just head home. He walked me to my car, his eyes never leaving me. I will text you, he said, his voice a little colder than before. Do not forget me. Bella. That night, my phone blew up, texts every few minutes. At first, they were sweet, concerned, hope you are feeling better, thinking of you. Then they became more insistent. Why are not you replying? Are you ignoring me? I thought we had something special. Clara, do not do this to us. I tried to ignore them, my gut screaming at me that this was not just intense, it was wrong. But the messages kept coming, turning from demanding to subtly threatening. I know you are just playing hard to get... Clara, but I am not playing games. You can't hide from me. Bella, I know where you live. That last one had sent a jolt of pure fear through me. He knew. My mind flashed back to his comment about my apartment building, the coffee shop. He had not just paid attention, he would been watching me. I blocked him on Tinder, on my phone, on every social media platform I could think of. I tried to convince myself that was the end of it. He was a crazy guy, but now he was blocked out of my life. I changed my locks, just in case, trying to rationalize it as better safe than sorry. for a few days. I felt a fragile sense of relief. But then, the yellow post-it note. Ciao, mocking me with my own dream. The crude heart, a twisted symbol of his twisted affection. It was not just a physical invasion, it was a psychological one. He knew about my dreams, my escape. He was mocking me with it. He was telling me that no matter how much I tried to run, he was always one step ahead. He was telling me that my sanctuary, my dream, myself, was not safe from him. Marco, I whispered to Sarah, the name tasting like ash in my mouth. It has to be Marco, the guy from Tinder. He called me Bella. He knew about Italy. He knew where I lived. He was watching me. Sarah's face, which had been a picture of skepticism mixed with concern, now went pale. The Tinder guy, the one you said was a bit much does not even begin to cover it. Sarah, I said, my voice rising with a fresh wave of panic. He is a stalker, and he was in my apartment. She sat down next to me, her arm going around my shaking shoulders. Okay, calm down. We need to call the police. This is not just a creepy note anymore. This is breaking and entering. We called the police. The officer on the phone sounded sympathetic enough, but his tone was dismissive. A post-it note, madam. And a feeling we can send an officer to take a report, but without any forced entry or actual threats of violence, there is not much we can do. It is not really an emergency. I wanted to scream. He was in my apartment. He stalked me from a dating app. He knows my dreams. But it was useless. To them, it was just a disgruntled date. Maybe a little over the top, but not a crime scene. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to reassure me. It is okay. Clara, you are safe here. My apartment has a deadbolt, and I live on the 3rd floor. He won't find you here. But even as she said it, I could see the flicker of fear in her own eyes. We spent the rest of the night barricaded in her living room, me jumping at every creak of the old building, every car that passed on the street below. Sarah tried to distract me with movies, but my mind was a frantic hamster wheel of paranoia. Every shadow felt like a lurking threat. Every mundane object felt like it held a hidden message from him. The next morning, after a fitful, nightmare-ridden sleep, Sarah insisted I stay with her indefinitely. We went back to my apartment with a police escort. A single, bored-looking officer who spent 5 minutes doing a cursory check confirmed there was no visible sign of forced entry, and then left us with a pamphlet on restraining orders. My apartment felt tainted, violated. I grabbed a few more essentials, then fled again. Life at Sarah's was a strange blend of comfort and constant dread. She was amazing, trying to keep my spirits up, making me laugh, and just being there. But the fear was a persistent hum beneath everything. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time a car slowed down on their street, my heart leaped into my throat. Then, the first unsettling incident happened at Sarah's. We were sitting on the couch, watching TV, when there was a faint thump at the front door. We both froze. Sarah's building had a secure entry, so no one could just walk up to her door. What was that? I whispered. Sarah, ever practical, got up cautiously. Probably just a neighbor getting a delivery. She peered through the peephole. No one's there. She slowly opened the door. Just a crack. On the mat sat a small, neatly wrapped package. It was a dark red, tied with a gold ribbon. My blood ran cold. Do not touch it. Sarah. She looked at me, puzzled, but then saw the terror in my eyes. What is it? It is from him. I breathed, my voice barely audible. It has to be. She slowly bent down, picking up the package. It was light, almost flimsy. She brought it inside, placing it gingerly on the coffee table. Inside, nestled amongst tissue paper, was a small, delicate box of Italian biscotti, the exact kind I would mention to Marco I loved, the ones my grandmother used to make. And underneath it, a small, laminated postcard, a picture of a Tuscan vineyard, bathed in golden light. On the back, in elegant, cursive handwriting, was a single word aspetto, the Italian for I wait. Sarah stared at it, her face slowly draining of color. Okay, she said, her voice tight. Okay, this is not good. This is he knows you are here. We called the police again. This time, with the package and the postcard, they took it a little more seriously. They dusted the package for prints, but Marco was smart, he would worn gloves. No prints, no witnesses, just a disturbing gesture. They promised to increase patrols in the area, which, to me, sounded like code for we will drive by once or twice if we remember. The next few days were a blur of jumpiness and fear. We kept the blinds drawn, the doors locked, and spent most of our time in the back of the apartment. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. My phone, which had been silent from Marco since I blocked him, suddenly started getting calls from unknown numbers. I never answered. They would ring twice, then hang up. Just enough to let me know he was still there, still watching. One evening, as dusk was settling in, the lights in Sarah's apartment flickered, then died. The entire block plunged into darkness. My heart seized. Sarah, I whispered, fumbling for my phone. Its flashlight beam, a pathetic defense against the encroaching gloom. Power outage. I guess, she said, trying to sound calm, but her voice was shaky. She was already grabbing candles. Do not worry, it happens sometimes. But as she lit the first candle, a faint scratching sound came from the living room window. Not from the outside, but from inside the apartment. It was a soft, rhythmic scrape, like something delicate being dragged across the glass. We both froze, our eyes wide in the flickering candlelight. What was that? Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. The scratching stopped. Then, a new sound. A low, soft thump from the kitchen. He is in here. I breathed, pure terror seizing me. He is in the apartment. Sarah grabbed a heavy iron skillet from the kitchen counter, her knuckles white. No way. I locked everything. But I knew that sick, chilling certainty that had been growing inside me for weeks. It blossomed into full-blown horror. He had found a way in. Again, we backed away slowly towards the bedroom, which had an exterior window. As we reached the doorway, a figure emerged from the shadows of the hallway. Tall, dark, silhouetted against the faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the living room window. It was him, Marco. He stepped into the candlelight, his face illuminated. That charming smile was gone, replaced by a chilling, predatory grin. His eyes, usually so intense, were now completely devoid of warmth, glittering with a terrifying possessiveness. "Bella," he purred, his voice a low, caressing whisper that sent shivers of revulsion down my spine. "You should not have run. You belong with me." Sarah let out a small gasp, raising the skillet. "Get out of here," she yelled, her voice cracking but firm. Marco simply laughed. A soft, chilling sound. Now, Sarah, do not be rude. I just want to talk to my Bella." He took a step forward. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. "Run." "Sarah," I screamed, pushing her towards the bedroom. "Go." She did not hesitate. She burst into the bedroom, fumbling with the window latch. I turned, facing Marco, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against impending doom. He was advancing, slowly, deliberately, like a predator stalking its prey. "You can't escape me." "Clara," he said, his eyes fixed on mine. "We are destined." "You know it. I know it." My mind raced, searching for an escape, anything. The only thing I could think of was to buy Sarah time. I grabbed a heavy ceramic vase from a nearby table and hurled it at him. It shattered against the wall near his head, showering him with ceramic shards. He flinched, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, but he did not stop. "You are making this difficult." "Bella," he said, his voice hardening. I heard the window creak open behind me. "Clara, come on," Sarah yelled. I turned and bolted, scrambling through the window after Sarah. We landed hard on the small fire escape, the cold metal biting into my bare arms. I did not look back. We clambered down the rusty ladder, our hands raw, our hearts pounding. As our feet hit the alleyway below, a police siren wailed in the distance. Sarah must have called them when the lights went out, or when she heard him. We ran, stumbling through the dark alley, not caring where we were going, just away from him. The police arrived just as we burst onto the main street, panting, disheveled, and crying. They rushed into Sarah's building, lights flashing, sirens blaring. We huddled together, shaking, watching the chaos unfold. They found him, of course, Marco, still in Sarah's apartment, seemingly calm, pretending he was just a confused neighbor. But the broken window, the package, the postcard, and our terrified eyewitness accounts were enough. They took him away. In the aftermath, the police found a key to Sarah's building in his pocket, along with a small, folded map of Italy with certain regions circled in red, and a small, worn photograph of me, taken from a distance, probably from that second date. He had been planning this for a long, long time. He is in jail now, awaiting trial. The charges are numerous: stalking, breaking and entering, harassment, attempted assault. They say he will be locked up for a long time. But even with him behind bars, the terror has not completely faded. Every shadow still holds a potential threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. My apartment, my home, still feels tainted. A place where he breathed my air, violated my sanctuary. I have not been back since. Sarah has been incredible, letting me stay with her, helping me pick up the pieces. But my dreams of Italy, they feel tainted now too. A beautiful escape twisted into a terrifying symbol of his obsession. I still wake up in the middle of the night, my heart racing, convinced. I hear his voice whispering, "Ciao, Bella," because even though he is locked away, I know, deep down, that the memory of him, the chilling violation of my peace, will stay with me forever. And sometimes, in the darkest corners of my mind, I still wonder if he is out there, somehow, watching, waiting for his Bella. Now let us hear what comes next, the officer's final words, delivered with a sigh that made it clear he was already done. With my case, Look, madam, without any clear evidence of a crime, there is not much we can do. Keep your doors locked, and if anything actually happens, call us back. Then he hung up, just like that. The phone went dead in my hand, and the silence that followed was heavier than any scream could have been. Sarah, who had been listening intently, reached out and gently took the phone from my trembling fingers. Her face, usually so full of life, was drawn and pale. "They are useless," she said, her voice tight with frustration. "Absolutely useless." I could not even nod. My throat felt like it was lined with sandpaper. Useless. That was the word. They saw a note, a simple note, and dismissed it as a prank, but it was not a prank. It was Marco. It was him. And he had been in my apartment, my sanctuary, the place where I was supposed to be safe. The cold dread that had settled in my gut was now a churning storm, threatening to consume me whole. What do we do? I finally managed to croak out, the words barely a whisper. Sarah pulled me into a tight hug, her arms, a momentary anchor in the chaos. "Okay," she said, her voice firm, trying to inject some semblance of calm into the situation. "First, we changed the locks. Every single one. Tonight, I will call a locksmith right now. And we get some better curtains, something thick blackout curtains for every window. And then, we get a security camera, one of those Wi-Fi ones. We will order it for overnight delivery." It sounded practical, logical, but in that moment, it felt like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. He knew where I lived. He knew about Italy. He had already breached my defenses. Locks, curtains, cameras, would any of it really matter? The locksmith came quickly, a gruff, tired man who did not ask questions, as he efficiently swapped out my old locks for new heavy-duty ones. Each click of the drill, each turn of the screwdriver, was a small victory, a tiny shield against the unseen threat. But even as the new locks were installed, I could not shake the feeling that they were merely an illusion of safety. If he could get in once, what was to stop him from finding another way? That first night after the incident, I did not sleep. Not really. Sarah stayed over, insisting she would not leave me alone. We pushed my couch against the front door, a pathetic barrier, and left every light in the apartment blazing. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My eyes darted from window to window, from door to door, convinced I would see his face pressed against the glass or hear the subtle scrape of a key in the new lock. You know that feeling, right? That primal animal instinct that tells you are being watched. It is not just in the movies. It is real, and it was suffocating me. I felt eyes on me, even through the walls, even with Sarah right there beside me. It was like a physical weight, pressing down, making it hard to breathe. The next morning, exhaustion etched lines under my eyes, but the paranoia was still buzzing in my brain. Sarah, bless her heart, tried to make breakfast, but the smell of burnt toast only added to the pervasive sense of wrongness. My security camera was still 2 days out, thanks to overnight delivery that apparently did not account for weekends. So, for now, it was just me, Sarah, and the heavy, oppressive silence. Later that afternoon, Sarah went out to pick up the blackout curtains. She insisted I stay inside, lock the doors, and do not open for anyone. I agreed, my stomach churning. As soon as she left, the apartment felt impossibly vast and empty. I walked from room to room, checking the new locks, peering through the blinds. Nothing, just the mundane street below, but the feeling of being observed persisted. Then, I noticed it. On my kitchen counter, right next to the fruit bowl, was a single, perfect, red rose. My blood ran cold. I had not bought flowers. Sarah had not, and the locksmith had left hours ago. I had not left the apartment since the locks were changed. How could it be there? I stared at it, my mind racing, trying to rationalize. Maybe Sarah had bought it before she left. No, she would have said something. Maybe it was there before, and I just had not noticed. Impossible. I had wiped down the counters just yesterday. This rose was fresh, its petals unfurling, a tiny drop of dew still clinging to one. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of exhaustion. He had been back after the locks were changed, after the police call. He had been back and he had left me a message, a silent, terrifying message. I can still get in. I can still reach you. I called Sarah, my voice trembling so violently I could barely speak. He was here. Sarah. He was here again. There is a rose, a red rose, on the counter. There was a stunned silence on the other end. Then Sarah's voice, tight with fear. Stay calm. Do not touch it. I am coming back right now. Do not you dare open that door. I did not touch it. I stood frozen, staring at the innocent flower, which now seemed to radiate menace. My eyes scanned the room, searching for any other sign, any other proof. Nothing, just the rose sitting there, mocking my new locks, my new sense of false security. When Sarah burst through the door a few minutes later, her face was white. She saw the rose, her eyes widening in horror. "Oh my God," she whispered. "He is escalating." We called the police again. This time, I tried to be more insistent, more desperate. "He left a rose, officer. After the locks were changed, he was in my house." The same polite, distant voice. "Madam, a single rose, it is not definitive proof of a break-in. We can't confirm how it got there. Did you have any windows open? Any other entry points?" My voice rose in frustration. "No, everything was locked. I just had the locks changed. We will send an officer to take a report but without any forced entry or clear evidence, it is difficult to pursue. They sent an officer. He took down the details, barely glancing at the rows. He suggested I might have forgotten a window, or that a friend might have played a trick. A trick? That word again. He left me with a small pamphlet on personal safety tips. It felt like a slap in the face. Sarah and I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilance. We bought more temporary security measures, a door wedge, an alarm that attached to windows. The security camera finally arrived the next day, and Sarah painstakingly set it up, pointing it at the front door, the back door, and the main living area. For a brief moment, seeing the live feed on my phone, I felt a flicker of reassurance. Now, if he came back, we would have proof. But he did not come back in the same way. Not at first. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound was amplified. I started jumping at my own reflection. Sarah tried to get me out, to go for a walk, but the thought of leaving the apartment, of being out in the open, terrified me. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Then, the gifts started appearing outside. First, it was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I found it tucked into the corner of my mailbox, right underneath the flag. It was not postmarked. It had not come through the mail. Someone had placed it there. My stomach dropped. The next day, it was a small bag of Italian hard candies, the kind I remembered seeing in a specialty store downtown that I would mention to Marco on our date. This was left on my porch, right by the welcome mat, visible from my front window. My camera had not picked up anyone. He must have been incredibly quick, or approached from an angle the camera did not cover. Each discovery was like a punch to the gut. They were so innocuous, so seemingly harmless, yet they screamed his presence, his awareness of me. He was playing a game, a twisted, terrifying game, and I was the unwilling participant. I called the police again. He is leaving things, officers, Italian souvenirs. He knows about Italy. He is taunting me. The response was always the same. Madam, leaving items on a porch or in a mailbox is not illegal. It is not harassment unless there is a direct threat or repeated unwanted communication. But it is unwanted communication. He was in my house. He knows my dreams. We understand your distress, madam, but without a direct threat or physical contact, our hands are tied. My hands were tied. My spirit was breaking. I felt like I was screaming into a void. The psychological warfare intensified. My phone started ringing at odd hours. I would answer, and there would be nothing but silence, or sometimes a faint, ragged breathing on the other end. I blocked the numbers, but new ones would appear. Texts started coming in too, from unknown numbers. They were not overtly threatening, but they were chilling. Ciao, Bella. Hope you are dreaming of Rome. The stars are beautiful tonight. Are you watching them too? Do not worry. I am always looking out for you. Each message was a fresh wave of nausea. He was everywhere. Yet nowhere. He was a ghost in my life, a constant, unseen presence. Sarah, bless her, tried to stay with me as much as possible. She saw the toll it was taking. My eyes were perpetually red-rimmed, my skin sallow. I flinched at every sudden noise. I was a shell of my former self. One night, Sarah was sleeping on the couch, and I was trying, unsuccessfully, to get some rest in my bedroom. Around 3 a.m. I heard it. A soft, scraping sound coming from just outside my window. My heart leaped into my throat. I held my breath, straining to hear. It was a rhythmic, almost deliberate sound, like something being dragged lightly across the brick wall, or perhaps a finger tracing the window pane. My blood ran cold. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that it was him. He was out there, right outside my window. I wanted to scream, to wake Sarah, but I was paralyzed by fear. My eyes darted to the window, framed by the new blackout curtains. I could almost feel his eyes on me, even through the fabric. The scraping stopped. Then, A faint, almost inaudible whisper carried on the night air. It sounded like my name, Bella. It was Marco's voice, that warm, low rumble I had once found so captivating. Now it was a terrifying caress. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears silently streaming down my face. I pulled the blanket up to my chin, as if it could protect me from the monster outside. I lay there for what felt like hours, not daring to move, not daring to breathe, until the first sliver of dawn broke through the edges of the curtains. When I finally recounted it to Sarah, she was horrified. "We have to get you out of here," she said, her voice trembling. "This is not safe. You can't stay here." That was the turning point. I realized she was right. My apartment, once my refuge, was now a cage. I was a prisoner in my own home, constantly waiting for the next sign, the next message, the next invasion. I could not live like this. We started making plans. Sarah offered her spare room. It was not ideal, but it was a different location, a different building, a different city even, a few towns over. It felt like a lifeline. I started packing, slowly, methodically, every item I touched, feeling tainted by the fear that permeated my home. As I packed, I kept the security camera feed open on my phone, constantly checking the front door, the back door, the living room. Every shadow, every flicker, sent a jolt of anxiety through me. 2 days later, most of my essential belongings were packed into boxes. Sarah was coming over after work to help me load them into her car. I was exhausted, but a faint spark of hope flickered within me. Soon, I would be out. Soon, I would be safe. I had just finished taping up the last box of books, the camera feed open on my phone on the kitchen counter, when I heard a faint click. It was not the front door. It was the back door, the one leading to the small, rarely used patio. My blood ran cold. My eyes snapped to the phone screen. The back door camera feed was glitching, just static. My heart hammered against my ribs. He had found a way. Again, I froze, listening. The apartment was silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. I held my breath, straining to hear any movement. Nothing. Maybe it was just the camera glitching. Maybe it was nothing. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible, shaking. No answer. Then a floorboard creaked in the hallway. Just outside the kitchen, my eyes darted to the kitchen entrance. It was dark, a gaping maw. I grabbed the heaviest thing within reach. A cast iron skillet, my hands slick with sweat. My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to do something. But my feet were rooted to the spot. A figure emerged from the darkness of the hallway. Tall, broad-shouldered. The silhouette was unmistakable. Marco. He stepped into the kitchen, a slow, deliberate movement. His eyes, intense and dark, found mine immediately. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face. "Ciao, Bella," he said, his voice a low rumble that echoed in the silent apartment. Leaving so soon, my breath hitched. He knew I was leaving. He had been watching, waiting. The realization hit me like a physical blow. He was not just observing from afar, he was inside my life, anticipating my every move. "How? How did you get in?" I stammered, my voice trembling, the skillet feeling impossibly heavy in my hand. He chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound. "You would be surprised what a little patience can do. And a good set of tools. You changed the locks, yes, but you forgot about the window in the bathroom. A simple latch. Easy to bypass." My stomach lurched. The bathroom window. It was small, high up. I had never thought anyone would try that. He had been watching, observing, finding the weak points in my defenses. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a desperate plea. His smile widened, and he took a step closer. "What do I want, Bella? I want you." I want to help you escape. To Italy. Our dream, remember? He took another step, and I instinctively raised the skillet, my arm shaking. Stay back. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, but the smile never left his face. Do not be silly. We are meant to be. I know everything about you. Your dreams, your fears. I am the only one who truly understands you. You do not understand anything. I screamed, my voice finally finding its strength, fueled by a surge of pure terror. You are a monster. Get out of my house. His expression hardened. This is our house, Bella, and you are not going anywhere. He lunged. It was a blur of motion. I swung the skillet with all my might, a desperate primal act. The heavy metal connected with something solid, his arm, maybe his shoulder. There was a grunt of pain, and he stumbled back, his smile finally faltering. That was my chance. I did not think. I just reacted. I dropped the skillet and bolted, not towards the kitchen door where he was, but towards the front door. My heart was a drum in my chest, my lungs burning. I fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. One lock clicked, then the other. I wrenched the door open and burst out into the hallway, screaming at the top of my lungs. Help. Police. He is in my apartment. I did not look back. I just ran, down the stairs, 2 at a time, my bare feet slapping against the cold linoleum. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and fast. He was pursuing me. I burst out onto the street, the late afternoon sun blinding me for a moment. I did not care. I just ran towards the corner where I knew there was a small convenience store, a place with people. Help me. Someone help me. I shrieked, my voice raw. A few passers-by turned, startled. One man, seeing my terrified face and the figure emerging from my building, seemed to grasp the situation. He pulled out his phone. Marco hesitated at the entrance to my building, his eyes fixed on me, a look of pure fury replacing his earlier charm. He knew he was exposed. Now, he knew he could not grab me without witnesses. He stood there for a long moment, breathing heavily, his chest heaving. Our eyes met across the street, and in that moment, I saw not just anger but a profound, terrifying possessiveness. A promise. Then, he turned and vanished back into the shadows of my apartment building. I did not stop running until I reached the convenience store, collapsing inside, gasping for air. The clerk, a kind older woman, immediately called 911. The police arrived quickly this time, responding to a disturbance and pursuit. They took my statement, listened to the whole terrifying saga, and finally, seemed to take it seriously. They went into my apartment, confirming the forced entry through the bathroom window. They found the skillet on the floor. They found the Ciao Bella note still taped to my fridge. And they found the red rose, now wilting, on my kitchen counter. They issued a warrant for Marco's arrest. They put out an alert. They told me I was safe now, that they would find him. I moved in with Sarah that very night. My apartment, my home, was no longer mine. It was a crime scene, a place of terror. I never went back, not really. Sarah helped me get my remaining things out a few days later with police escort. They found Marco a week later, trying to cross the border into Canada. He was arrested without incident. The police told me he had a history, a pattern of stalking women he met online, but never to this extreme. I was lucky, they said. I got away. But the escape did not erase the fear. Even now, years later, I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I still flinch at unexpected noises. I still look over my shoulder in crowded places, convinced I will see those intense, dark eyes, that chilling smile. He is in prison now, serving time for stalking, breaking and entering, and harassment. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I can still hear that low rumble, that terrifying whisper carried on the wind, Ciao, Bella. Hope you are dreaming of Rome. And I know, deep down, that some nightmares, once they get under your skin, never truly leave you. They just wait. Let us move forward into the next story. It all started, as so many modern nightmares do, with a swipe, right? His name was Mark. His profile pictures showed a handsome guy with kind eyes and a confident smile, leaning against a hiking trail vista, laughing with a dog, and one in a sharp suit that suggested he had his life together. His bio was short, witty, and seemed genuinely interested in deep conversations and good coffee. We matched. Our initial messages were easy, flowing. He seemed smart, funny, and genuinely engaged. After a few days of back and forth, we decided to meet for coffee. It felt normal, exciting even, just another Tuesday evening, setting up a first date. What could possibly go wrong? The coffee shop was bustling, the air thick with the smell of roasted beans and sugar. I spotted Mark immediately. He looked even better, in person, a little taller, with a warmth in his eyes that put me at ease. We found a small table in the corner, away from the main rush, and settled in. The conversation flowed effortlessly, just like our texts. We talked about our jobs. I am a graphic designer. He is in software development, our shared love for indie movies, and our surprisingly similar taste in obscure podcasts. He was charming, attentive, and laughed at all my jokes. I found myself genuinely enjoying his company, a rare thing on a first date. After an hour, the coffee cups were empty, but neither of us wanted the night to end. "How about a walk?" Mark suggested, gesturing towards the park across the street, which was still brightly lit by the late afternoon sun. It felt spontaneous and sweet. We strolled along the paved paths, the sounds of city traffic fading into the background, replaced by the rustle of leaves and distant laughter from kids on a playground. He was easy to talk to, a good listener, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. As the sun began to dip, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, we found ourselves near the edge of the park, where the trees grew a little thicker, providing more shade. That is when it happened. We were talking about hobbies, and I would mention my small collection of succulents. I liked them because they were low maintenance and added a touch of green to my otherwise minimalist apartment. Mark smiled, a warm, knowing smile that, at the time, I found endearing. "Oh. I saw you have that cute little succulent on your kitchen windowsill," he said, his voice casual, almost an afterthought. "It really brightens the place up." My breath hitched. Just for a second. The air suddenly felt colder. I paused, trying to process his words. My kitchen windowsill? I distinctly remembered that none of my Tinder profile pictures, or any pictures I would shared with him, showed my kitchen. My apartment was pretty private. I was not one to post interior shots. "Oh, did I mention that?" I stammered, trying to sound nonchalant, but a tiny knot of unease had already begun to tighten in my stomach. He chuckled, a soft, reassuring sound. Maybe I just have a good memory. "You probably said something about it being one of your favorites. It is got those little pink tips, right?" My succulent did have little pink tips. My heart started to thud a little faster. I forced a smile. "Yeah, that is the one," I said, trying to push the thought. Maybe I did mention it. Maybe I posted a story on Instagram once and forgot. Maybe I am just being paranoid. It was a first date. After all, everything feels a little amplified. We walked back towards the main street, the conversation continuing. But for me, a subtle shift had occurred. The ease was gone, replaced by a low hum of discomfort. He walked me to my car, pulled me into a surprisingly warm hug, and gave me a soft kiss on the cheek. I had a really great time. "Sarah," he said, using my name with a familiarity that now felt heavy. "Can I text you about dinner this week?" "Sure." I managed, my voice a little weaker than I intended. I unlocked my car, got in, and drove away, the image of his smiling face already starting to warp in my mind. The moment I was alone in my car, the rationalizations began to crumble. I pulled over just a few blocks from the park, my hands gripping the steering wheel. I scrolled through my phone, opening Tinder, meticulously checking every photo on my profile. Nothing, not a single picture showed my kitchen, let alone my windowsill. I checked my Instagram, my iYouTube, even my old Twitter. No public photos of my kitchen, ever. My heart started to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. How could he have known about the succulent, about the pink tips? It was not a common plant. It was a specific variety of echeveria, one I would bought from a small, local nursery. I drove home, the short journey feeling like an eternity. Every car that pulled up behind me, every shadow that darted across my peripheral vision, made me jump. When I finally parked in my usual spot, I sat there for a full minute, engine on, just staring at my building. Did he know which apartment was mine? Had he seen me go in? Once inside my apartment, I instinctively went to the kitchen. There it was, my little succulent, sitting innocently on the windowsill, basking in the last rays of twilight. I stared at it, a cold dread seeping into my bones. He had not just known about it, he would have described it perfectly. He would seen inside my home, my apartment, usually my sanctuary, suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I walked through each room, pulling the blinds down, checking the locks on the windows, even though it was a second-story unit. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the unsettling sensation of being watched. Was he still out there? Could he see me through the gaps in the blinds? I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe he lived in the building across the street and had seen it from his window. But that was a stretch, a desperate attempt to cling to normalcy. The buildings were too far apart, and the angle was wrong. I finally texted my best friend, Chloe. Okay, weirdest thing just happened on a date. I briefly explained Mark's comment. Her response was instant. OMG, creepy. Are you sure you did not post it somewhere? Or maybe he just guessed. I am sure. Chloe, I have checked everything, and he described it, down to the pink tips. There was a pause before her next message. That is creepy, but maybe he just has a super good memory for details you mentioned, or maybe he saw you carrying it in once. I shook my head, even though she could not see me. I have had it for months. I did not carry it in recently. She tried to reassure me. Okay, look, it is unsettling, but do not jump to conclusions. Guys can be weird sometimes. Just be careful. If he texts you for a second date, maybe just say you are busy. I agreed, but her words did not truly calm me. Sleep that night was fitful, filled with shadowy figures lurking outside my windows, and the unsettling image of Mark's smiling face, now tinged with something sinister. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren made me snap awake, my heart hammering. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted and on edge. I had a busy day at work, but my mind kept drifting back to Mark. Around lunchtime, a text came through. It was him. Hey Sarah, really enjoyed our coffee and walk yesterday. Still thinking about those podcasts we talked about. How about dinner Friday? There is a great Italian place downtown. I know you would like. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I felt a wave of nausea. I could not bring myself to agree. I typed out a polite but firm refusal. Hey Mark, I had a nice time too, but I am actually super busy this week and next. Maybe it is not the best time for me to be dating right now. Good luck out there. It was a standard, gentle brush-off. His reply came almost immediately. Oh, that is a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing you again. I understand, though. Maybe I will see you around. That last line, maybe I will see you around. It was not threatening on its own, but combined with the succulent comment, it sent a fresh shiver down my spine. It felt less like a casual farewell and more like a promise. A quiet, unsettling promise. I blocked him on Tinder and on my phone. The next few days were a blur of heightened anxiety. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, jumping at sudden noises. I started taking different routes to work, changing my grocery store, just in case. I felt ridiculous, but the fear was a persistent, cold companion. Then, the small things started. First, I noticed my mail. I lived in an apartment building with a row of mailboxes in the lobby. One afternoon, I came home to find my mailbox slightly ajar, and a piece of junk mail, usually tucked deep inside, was peeking out. Nothing was missing, but it was just off. I usually pushed my mail in firmly. Had someone tried to get into my box? A few days later, I was watering my plants, and as I reached for the succulent on the kitchen windowsill, I paused. It was not in the exact spot I remembered. It was rotated slightly, maybe an inch or two to the left. I always kept it perfectly centered. My hands started to tremble. This was not a big deal, right? Maybe I would moved it myself and forgotten, but the memory of Mark's comment flooded back, making my stomach clench. I took a picture of the plant, sent it to Chloe with a shaky text. Am I going crazy? I swear I did not move this. She replied, Sarah, you are probably just stressed. It is a tiny shift. Do not let this guy get inside your head. But it was too late. He was already there, a tiny, insidious seed of fear growing into a thorny bush. The calls started next. Blocked numbers, usually late at night. I would answer, hear nothing but silence, sometimes a faint static. Then they would hang up. My phone, once a source of connection, now felt like a direct line to my growing terror. I started letting all unknown numbers go to voicemail. They never left a message. One evening, as I was walking home from work, I noticed a dark sedan parked down the street from my building. It was tinted, so I could not see inside, but something about it felt familiar. I quickened my pace, my heart thumping. As I rounded the corner, I glanced back. The car was still there, but as I watched, its headlights flashed once, then went out. My blood ran cold. I started barricading my door at night, pushing a chair under the handle, even though I knew it was futile against someone truly determined. I bought a cheap door alarm, a small wedge that would shriek if the door was opened. It made me feel marginally safer, but the paranoia was a sickness, consuming me. A week later, I came home from grocery shopping, my arms laden with bags. As I fumbled with my keys, I noticed something tucked under my doormat. It was a small, folded piece of paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up. Inside, written in neat masculine handwriting, were just 3 words, "You look beautiful today." I dropped the groceries. Bags scattered. Apples rolled across the hallway floor. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not a coincidence. This was not a random admirer. This was him. He had been here. He had seen me. Pure, unadulterated terror seized me. I scrambled inside, slammed the door shut, and locked every lock, turning the deadbolt twice, then 3 times. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I called Chloe, my voice a strangled whisper. He was here. Chloe. He left a note. Chloe was at my apartment within 20 minutes, her face etched with concern. She picked up the note, her expression grim. Okay, this is not okay. Sarah, we need to call the police. I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. What do I tell them? That a guy I went on one date with left me a note saying I looked beautiful. They will think I am crazy. They will tell me to block him, which I already did. But Chloe was firm. No, you tell them about the succulent, about the calls, about the mail, about the car, and now this is escalating. We called. 2 officers arrived, looking tired and skeptical. I recounted everything, my voice trembling, trying to make them understand the creeping dread that had become my constant companion. They listened, took notes, but their expressions remained impassive. Madam, we understand this is unsettling, one officer said, his tone flat. But there is no direct threat here. No forced entry, no property damage. A note like this, while maybe unwanted, is not illegal. We can file a report, but without more evidence, there is not much we can do. They suggested I get a restraining order, but even they admitted it would be hard to obtain without more concrete proof of harassment. They advised me to change my locks, install a better security system, and to avoid contact. As they left, I felt even more alone. More vulnerable than before. The police, my supposed protectors, had offered no real solace. Mark was not an enemy. He was a phantom, a predator. Chloe stayed that night, sleeping on my couch. We spent the next day reinforcing my apartment, installing better locks, motion sensor lights, and a small camera that pointed at my front door. We drew the blinds, double-checked every window, but the dread only deepened. He had already proven locks were mere suggestions. It was inside my head, and that was the most terrifying breach of all. Days blurred into a monotonous cycle of fear and exhaustion. My apartment, once a haven, became a gilded cage, every creak of the old building sending my heart into a frantic rhythm. I barely ate, my appetite long gone. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. Every dream was a nightmare of shadows and whispers. Chloe pleaded with me, "You can't live like this." Sarah. She was right. I was a shell of myself, jumpy, paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder. Then, the final, undeniable breach. It was a Monday evening. I had just gotten home from work, utterly drained. I locked the door behind me, went straight to the kitchen to put away my lunch bag. That is when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, precisely in the center, sat a single, perfect, blood-red rose. It was not innocent. It was a declaration, a promise. He had been back after the new locks, after the police, after the camera. He would left his chilling message. I can still get in. My breath hitched, a drumbeat of pure terror thumping in my chest. He had been inside my apartment, my sanctuary, making a mockery of every desperate effort to feel safe. "No," I whispered, stumbling backward, my legs like jelly. My eyes were fixated on that crimson bloom, a symbol of his omnipresence, his cruel game. He was not just watching, he was breaching my walls, proving that no lock, no alarm, no camera could keep him out. My phone felt like lead as I choked out the words to Chloe. He was here. Again. A rose. She was coming, but the paranoia was already a sickening wave. Every shadow, a potential hiding place. Was he still here? Watching, hiding. I did not dare move, did not dare breathe too loudly. I stood frozen in the middle of my living room, my gaze darting from the kitchen to the hallway to the closed bedroom door. Every sound, every settling of the old building sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Silence was deafening, suffocating. When Chloe burst through the door, her face pale, she found me huddled on the floor, staring wide-eyed at the kitchen, at that single menacing rose. "Oh my God," she breathed, seeing it. He is escalating." We called the police again. This time, they found the new deadbolt still engaged, the window locks undisturbed, the camera feed showing no one entering or leaving through the front door. Nothing, no forced entry, no fingerprints on the rose. Just weary suggestions to move or reinforce my door. The officers looked at me with pity, a flicker of doubt in their eyes. They thought I was imagining things, that I was leaving the door unlocked myself, or that a friend was playing a cruel prank. They probably thought I was having a breakdown. But I knew it was Mark, and I knew he was not done. I could not stay there another night. Chloe helped me pack a small bag, my hands shaking so badly I could barely zip it. We left the rose on the counter, a chilling monument to my lost sense of security. I spent the next few weeks at Chloe's place, barely sleeping, jumping at every shadow. I started seeing him everywhere. A man with a similar build in a passing car, a quick glimpse of a familiar profile in a coffee shop window. Every time I left Chloe's apartment, I felt eyes on me, watching, waiting. The calls from blocked numbers resumed, now more frequent, more persistent. Sometimes I would answer and I would hear a faint, almost imperceptible breath on the other end. Then a click. I made the agonizing decision to move, not just to another apartment, but to another city. I quit my job, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts. I even started going by my middle name, hoping to erase every trace of my old self, of the Sarah that Mark had found. It has been almost a year since I left. I live in a new city now, in a high-rise apartment on the 10th floor, with multiple security measures and a doorman. I keep my blinds permanently drawn, and I rarely venture out alone after dark. I do not date anymore. The thought of putting myself out there, of letting someone new into my life, fills me with an icy dread. I still check my locks compulsively. I still glance over my shoulder in public. The fear never truly leaves. It is a constant hum beneath the surface of my life. A phantom limb of terror. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the wind whispers against my window, I swear I hear my old name. Sarah whispered just outside, even on the 10th floor. A soft, knowing whisper, carried on the breeze, reminding me that he is still out there, and that he can still get in. Up next, another story worth listening to. The world did not just tilt it spun, a sickening carousel of terror. Italy, Tuscany, my secret dream, a folder tucked away on my laptop, a fantasy I would never dared speak aloud. But Ethan, my coffee shop date, sat there, unnervingly calm, a satisfied smirk twisting his lips. His blue eyes, once pleasant, now felt like twin black holes, sucking the air from the room. "Is something wrong, darling?" he asked, his voice a silken thread, a noose tightening around my throat. My heart hammered, my mouth dry. "How do you know about that?" I rasped, a futile question. He just chuckled, a low rumble, making himself comfortable. This was not just Italy. It was my specific coffee order, a croissant detail. This was not gossip. It was a surgical strike, an invasion of my deepest privacy. A primal urge to flee surged through me. I pushed my chair back, a harsh scrape, and scrambled to my feet. My legs felt like wobbly stilts, but I had to go. Ethan did not move, his gaze unwavering. "Do not you want to know what else I know?" he purred, his hand hovering near my arm, a silent threat. The air grew heavy, suffocating. This was not a date. It was an interrogation. I spun and fled, not daring to look back, the coffee shop door chiming a jarring contrast to my internal scream. Outside, the cold air hit me like a slap, a welcome shock. I half walked, half stumbled to my car, every shadow, every passing vehicle, a potential threat. My old Civic felt like the most vulnerable thing on the planet. I fumbled with the keys, locked myself in, and drove, a blur of paranoia, checking mirrors, taking circuitous routes. My apartment, usually a sanctuary, now felt exposed. I double-locked the door, then walked through each room, a frantic ghost. My fingers trailed along the walls, flipped light switches, peered into closets. I checked under the bed, behind the shower curtain, even in the pantry. It was stupid. I knew. Ethan could not have possibly beaten me here, but the cold dread that settled in my stomach was not rational. It was primal. Every object in my apartment, once a comforting part of my life, now felt like a potential hiding place, a clue he might have left, a sign of his prior presence. My eyes darted to my laptop, sitting innocently on the desk. The folder, the Italy folder, my secret. How could he know? I sank onto the couch, the worn fabric doing nothing to soothe my frayed nerves. My phone buzzed a text from a friend. I stared at it, unable to process the normal, everyday words. My mind was a broken record, replaying Ethan's smirk, his calm blue eyes, the way he would savored my terror. He knew my coffee order. He knew about the croissant. He knew about Italy. That was not just online stalking. That was something else. Something much deeper, much more insidious. And then it hit me. A cold wave that turned my blood to ice. My apartment. He knew where I lived. Of course, he did. He had my number from Tinder. He probably had my full name. A quick gut GU search, a dive into public records, maybe even a little social engineering. It would not be hard for someone determined, but the intimacy of the information, the specific dream, the croissant that was not public record. That was me. Panic clawed at my throat. I grabbed my laptop, my fingers flying across the keyboard. Tinder. I deleted the app. YouTube. I scrubbed my profile clean, deleted old posts, changed every privacy setting. Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. Every digital footprint I would ever left felt like a breadcrumb leading him straight to me. I felt exposed, stripped bare, my entire life laid out for a stranger to dissect. It was a futile gesture. I knew whatever he had, he already had it. Deleting things now was like closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. But I could not stop. I needed to feel like I was doing something. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges, but the beauty was lost on me. Darkness began to creep into my apartment, mirroring the darkness in my mind. I did not turn on the lights. I just sat there, huddled on the couch, watching the shadows lengthen, listening. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside, every distant car horn sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Was that him? Was he out there watching? Sleep was a cruel joke. My body was exhausted, trembling, but my mind raced, a hamster on a wheel. I kept replaying the date, searching for clues, for anything I might have missed. Had I mentioned Italy in passing? Had I ever posted about my coffee order? No, not like that. Not with that level of detail. It was too precise, too intimate. Around 2 a.m., I finally dragged myself to bed, fully clothed, the covers pulled up to my chin. My phone was clutched in my hand, its screen a dim, useless comfort. Every shadow in the room seemed to twist into menacing shapes. The tree outside my window, usually a gentle presence, now seemed to tap its branches against the glass with skeletal fingers. I kept my eyes fixed on the window, terrified of what I might see. A face? His face. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke with a jolt, heart hammering. The room was still dark, but a faint metallic clink had pierced the silence. I froze, holding my breath. It came again. Clink, clink. It sounded like it was coming from my kitchen. My throat was suddenly bone dry. My blood ran cold. I was not alone. Slowly, carefully, I slid out of bed, my bare feet silent on the cold floorboards. Every nerve ending was screaming. My hand instinctively reached for the heavy ceramic lamp on my nightstand. It was not much, but it was something. I crept towards the bedroom door, straining to hear. The clinking had stopped. Now, there was a faint, almost imperceptible shuffling sound, like someone moving around, trying to be quiet. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm myself, but it was no use. This was not paranoia anymore. This was real. He was here, with a sudden burst of adrenaline. I flung open the bedroom door, lamp held high like a weapon. Who is there? I screamed, my voice cracking. The apartment was silent. Dark. Empty. My eyes darted around, searching the living room, the hallway. Nothing. No one. The kitchen, visible from where I stood, was dark too. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Had I imagined it? Was I finally losing my mind? I crept into the kitchen, my hand still gripping the lamp. I flicked on the light. The fluorescent glow was harsh, revealing nothing out of place. The counters were clear, the sink empty. My eyes scanned every surface, every shadow. Then, I saw it. On the counter next to my coffee machine was a small white paper bag. It was not mine. My breath hitched. I moved closer, my gaze fixed on the bag as if it might suddenly lunge at me. It was a bag from the coffee shop where Ethan and I had met, and inside, resting perfectly, was a single almond croissant. My favorite and next to it, a small, handwritten note. My name in elegant, looping script. Good morning, darling. Thought you might need a little pick-me-up. Still dreaming of Italy. The lamp clattered from my numb fingers, hitting the tile floor with a sickening crunch. The light bulb shattered, plunging the kitchen into partial darkness again. The croissant, the note, they were not just a threat, they were proof. He had been here, inside my apartment, while I was sleeping. I stumbled backward, my legs giving out, and sank to the floor, gasping for air. The cold tile seeped into my skin, but I barely felt it. All I could feel was the icy grip of terror. He had not just watched me, he had entered my home, left a calling card, and then slipped away like a ghost. How long had he been there? What else had he done? What else did he know? The next morning was a blur of frantic activity. I called the police, my voice trembling as I tried to explain. He left a croissant and a note. He knows about my dream of Italy. The dispatcher was polite, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. A patrol car came. 2 officers, a man and a woman, looked around my apartment, took notes, but their expressions were neutral, bordering on dismissive. Madam, we understand this is unsettling, the female officer said, but there is no sign of forced entry. It could be someone you know playing a prank. A prank? I almost shrieked. He broke into my apartment. He knows things no one should know. We will file a report, the male officer said, and we will keep an eye out. But without any evidence of a crime, like theft or assault, there is not much we can do right now. They left, and I was alone again. The silence of my apartment even more oppressive than before. They did not believe me. How could they? It sounded insane. I could not stay there. Not anymore. The thought of him having been in my home, breathing my air, watching me sleep, was unbearable. I packed a small bag, just essentials. I needed to get away, even if just for a few days. My friend Sarah lived an hour away, in a small town. I could stay with her. She was practical, sensible. She would help me figure this out. I locked my apartment door, triple-checking it, then walked down to my Civic. The street felt different now. Every parked car a potential surveillance post, every pedestrian a possible accomplice. I started the engine, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. As I pulled out of my parking spot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. A black sedan, parked a few cars down, had its headlights flash once, quickly, then they turned off. My heart leaped into my throat. Coincidence? Or him? I sped up, trying to put distance between myself and the sedan. I took side streets, made random turns, anything to shake off a tail. I drove for 20 minutes, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror. The black sedan was not there. I breathed a shaky sigh of relief. Maybe it was just paranoia. I called Sarah. Hey, can I crash at your place for a few days? Something weird happened. I tried to keep my voice light, but the tremor was undeniable. Sure, what is up? She asked. Concerned. Long story. I will tell you when I get there. I did not want to alarm her over the phone. Did not want to explain the full, terrifying scope of it until I was safely with her. The drive to Sarah's was tense, every mile stretching my nerves thinner. I imagined Ethan everywhere, in every car that passed, every face in a gas station window. My phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. I almost did not answer. But a morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer terror, made me tap the screen. Hello. My voice was barely a whisper. A low chuckle. Leaving so soon, darling. I thought we were just getting started. It was Ethan. His voice, calm and silky, wrapped around me like a boa constrictor. How did you know? I stammered, my grip on the wheel tightening. Oh. I know everything, he purred. You really think you can just run away from me? From us. We are meant to be, you and I. I know you better than you know yourself. I know your dreams. He paused, letting the words hang in the air. Speaking of dreams, I saw a lovely little villa online today in Tuscany, just the kind of place you would love. It had a balcony overlooking a vineyard. We could watch the sunsets there, darling. Just you and me. My blood ran cold. He was not just watching me, he was listening. He knew I was driving, knew I was trying to escape, knew I was going to Sarah's. He was toying with me. Leave me alone. I screamed into the phone, my voice raw with terror. Now, he said, his tone still infuriatingly calm. No need to be rude. I am just looking out for you. Make sure you drive safely, okay? Would not want anything to happen to you before we get to Italy. He hung up. The dial tone buzzed in my ear, a deafening sound in the sudden silence. I threw my phone onto the passenger seat, my hand shaking so violently I could barely steer. He was in my head. He was everywhere. There was no escape. I pulled into Sarah's driveway, the small, familiar house, a beacon of hope in my nightmare. I practically ran to the front door, hammering on it. Sarah opened it, her eyes widening at my frantic appearance. "What happened? You look like you have seen a ghost," she exclaimed. "Worse." I choked out, pushing past her into the house. Much, much worse. I spent the next hour pouring out the entire story to Sarah, from the coffee shop date to the croissant to the phone call in the car. She listened, her face growing paler with each detail. "This is insane," she whispered. "He is a full-blown stalker. You have to go to the police again. Show them the phone call logs, the note, everything." They did not believe me before, I said, tears welling in my eyes. They said it sounded like a prank. It is not a prank when he breaks into your house and calls you while you are driving. Sarah insisted. "We will go together tomorrow morning, but for now, you are safe here. I will lock everything up. He won't find you here." She was wrong. The next morning, I woke up in Sarah's guest bedroom, a sliver of sunlight peeking through the curtains. For a fleeting moment, I almost thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I remembered the croissant, the call, Ethan's voice. The dread returned, a lead weight in my gut. I got up, planning to make coffee. As I walked into the kitchen, Sarah was already there, staring at the counter. Her face was ashen. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. No. My eyes followed her gaze. On Sarah's pristine white counter, next to her coffee maker, sat a single, perfectly made latte, my specific order, and next to it, nestled on a small plate, was an almond croissant. My legs gave out. I sank to the floor, staring at the impossible sight. He had found me. He had found Sarah's house. How? And he had been inside. Again, Sarah slowly picked up the croissant, her hand trembling. Beneath it, a small, elegant business card. It was blank on one side. On the other, in Ethan's perfect script, were 2 words: "Tuscany awaits." We did not go to the police. We went to the nearest hardware store. We bought deadbolts, window locks, motion sensor lights. We boarded up the windows in the guest room. We pulled all the blinds shut. Sarah, a fiercely independent woman, was now as terrified as I was. We were 2 women, trapped, feeling hunted. For the next few days, we lived in a state of siege. Every shadow was Ethan. Every creak of the house. His footsteps. We barely slept. We ate canned food. We kept our phones charged, ready to call for help, but what help could they offer? He left no fingerprints. He broke no obvious laws that the police seemed to care about. He was a ghost, a phantom, a whisper of terror. Then, the emails started. They were not from Ethan directly, but from various travel agencies, all sending me brochures for Italian villas, flights to Florence, Tuscan cooking classes. Each email subject line was subtly tweaked. "Your Tuscan dream is closer than you think. Exclusive deals for Italy, lovers. Do not miss out on your Italian escape." And then, one email, from an anonymous sender, simply had the subject, "Check your mail." My heart pounded. We had not checked the physical mailbox in days. We lived in a digital world, but Ethan was old school, or just covering all bases. Sarah, armed with a heavy flashlight, cautiously ventured out to the mailbox. She returned moments later, her face pale, a thick, glossy brochure in her hand. It was a luxury travel brochure. On the cover was a stunning picture of a Tuscan villa, nestled among rolling hills, a perfect sunset in the background. It was the exact villa Ethan had described on the phone, the one he said we would watch sunsets from. Inside, specific pages were dog-eared: the page for the villa, the page for a local coffee shop, the page for a local bakery that specialized in croissants, and tucked into one of the pages was a small, delicate silver key, a room key with a small tag Villa del Sogno. Tuscany, Suite 7, Sogno meant dream, Villa of Dreams. This was not just a threat anymore. This was an invitation, an ultimatum. He wanted me to go to Italy. He wanted me to go to our dream. This is it, Sarah said, her voice shaking. He is escalating. He wants you to go. He is probably already there. Or he is waiting for you at the airport. I can't go, I whispered, clutching the brochure like it was a venomous snake. I can't just walk into that. You can't stay here either, Sarah pointed out, her eyes darting around the living room, as if expecting Ethan to materialize. He knows where you are. He has been in my house. He will keep coming. He will do something worse. The next few days were a blur of desperate plans and shattered nerves. We considered going to the authorities again, but what would we say? A man I went on one date with sent me a brochure and a key to a villa in Italy, and I think he wants me to go. It sounded like the plot of a bad romance novel, not a terrifying stalking case. Then, a package arrived. It was not left on the doorstep this time. It was delivered by a courier directly to Sarah. The package was addressed to me. Inside, nestled in black tissue paper, was a beautiful, deep red silk dress, my size, and a pair of elegant low-heeled shoes. A note was tucked into the dress for our first dinner in Tuscany, darling. I have already made reservations at that little trattoria you love. The one with the wild boar ragu. Remember, I did not remember. I would never told anyone about my preferences for wild boar ragu. It was a detail I would only ever read about in my Italy folder. A passing thought, a fleeting fantasy. He was not just watching me, he was inside my head, pulling out thoughts I barely knew I had. That night, I made a decision. I could not live like this. I could not let him control my life, my fear. I had to confront him, or at least I had to try to understand. I am going. I told Sarah, my voice hollow. What? No. You can't, she cried, aghast. I have to, I said, looking at the red dress. The key. He is not going to stop. He is going to keep escalating. He wants me to go to Italy. Maybe if I go, I can figure out what he wants, why he is doing this, and then I can stop him. Sarah tried to argue, to reason with me, but my mind was made up. The fear had turned into a strange, desperate resolve. I was tired of being hunted. I booked a flight to Florence for the next day. I packed a small bag, carefully placing the red dress, the shoes, and the silver key inside. It felt like I was walking into a trap, but also like I was finally taking some control back. At the airport, I was a bundle of nerves. Every face was a potential Ethan. I kept my head down, my gaze fixed on the ground. I made it through security, to my gate, and finally onto the plane. I took my seat, buckling myself in, a wave of relief washing over me. I was getting away. I was on my way to confront him, on my terms, or at least on terms I had chosen. The plane took off, soaring into the sky, leaving the familiar landscape behind. I looked out the window, watching the world shrink, a strange mixture of terror and anticipation churning in my stomach. What awaited me in Italy? Hours later, the plane began its descent. The landscape below was breathtaking, rolling green hills, vineyards, terracotta roofs. Tuscany. My dream. Now, a nightmare. As the plane touched down, my heart began to pound anew. This was it. The moment of truth. I disembarked, my legs feeling wobbly. I followed the signs to baggage claim, my eyes scanning the faces in the crowded airport. No sign of him. I collected my bag, then headed towards the exit, looking for a taxi. As I pushed through the automatic doors, a blast of warm, fragrant air hit me. Italy, and then I saw him. He was leaning against a sleek black car, a wide, satisfied smile on his face. He was dressed impeccably, a dark suit, sunglasses pushed up on his head. His blue eyes, those twin black holes, were fixed on me. "Welcome to Italy, darling," he said, his voice carrying easily over the airport chatter. "I knew you would come." My breath caught in my throat. I could not move. My feet were rooted to the spot. He walked towards me, his stride confident, predatory. "You are even more beautiful than I imagined. In person, in my country, how—" I finally managed to croak, the single word loaded with all the terror and confusion of the past week. "How did you know everything?" He chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Oh, darling, you are so open, so wonderfully transparent. You leave little pieces of yourself everywhere. A post here, a comment there, a folder on your laptop, an unsecured network." He paused, his smile widening, and I am very good at collecting those pieces. Putting them together, making you whole. He reached out, his hand gently touching my arm. "But do not worry about the how. Just worry about us. Our future, our life here, in Tuscany, our dream." He gestured to the black car. "The driver is waiting. Our villa is just an hour away, and dinner reservations are set for 8. I hope you brought the red dress." My mind screamed. My body was paralyzed. I was trapped in Italy, in my dream, with my nightmare. I looked into his eyes, and for the first time, I truly understood. He did not want to hurt me. He wanted to possess me, to absorb me, to make my dreams his reality, with me as his captive. The cold dread returned, but this time it was laced with a terrifying resignation. I had come to confront him, but I had only walked deeper into his web. And as he gently guided me towards the black car, towards my beautiful, terrifying Tuscan dream, I knew, with absolute certainty, that I might never truly escape. The next story is ready to begin. Chloe's voice was a lifeline, but it felt thin, fraying, like a single thread trying to hold back a tsunami. She was urging me to calm down, to breathe, to think rationally. But rational thought had packed its bags and left the building the moment David had uttered those words about the succulent. He knows. Chloe. He knows it is not a coincidence. I choked out, still clutching the phone, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I was home now, safe behind my double-locked door, but the apartment felt anything but safe. It felt like a stage, meticulously set for a play I did not want to be a part of, and I was the terrified lead. Chloe tried again. "Babe, listen to yourself. It is a plant, a house plant. Lots of people have succulents. Pink tips are not that uncommon. Not that succulent." "Chloe, not the succulent." My eyes darted to the end table. There it sat, innocent in its terracotta pot, its fleshy leaves tipped with that delicate blush. My gift from her, Mark's obsession, David's chilling reference. It stared at me, a silent, malevolent eye in the dim light of my living room. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, colder than the air conditioning blasting through the vents. Okay, Chloe said, her voice softening, laced with genuine concern now. Let us take a breath. What do you want to do? Should I come over? Call the police? the police. What would I even say? A man I went on a Tinder date with mentioned my succulent, and I think he is working with my ex-boyfriend who is obsessed with said succulent. And now I think someone's been in my apartment, even though there is no evidence. They would laugh me out of the station, or worse, they would look at me like I was the crazy one. No, do not come over. Do not call anyone, I whispered, my voice barely audible. I need to think. But thinking was impossible. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and disjointed images. David's smile, innocent at first, now twisted into something sinister. Mark's face, always just a little too intense, a little too knowing. The way the car behind me on the drive home had seemed to follow for just a beat too long. I hung up with Chloe, promising to call her back. The silence that descended was heavy, suffocating. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I was alone, truly alone, and the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. My eyes kept getting drawn back to the succulent. It was like a magnet, pulling my gaze, taunting me. I could not stand it anymore. With a sudden surge of desperate energy, I snatched it from the table. My first instinct was to throw it, smash it, obliterate the thing that had become a symbol of my terror. But then I hesitated. What if it was more than just a plant? What if it was a camera? A listening device? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Carefully, almost reverently, as if handling a venomous snake, I carried it to the kitchen. I found an old shoebox, lined it with some newspaper, and placed the succulent inside. Then, I wrapped the whole box in a black trash bag, sealing it with tape, and shoved it deep into the back of my darkest kitchen cabinet, behind old pots and pans I never used. Out of sight, out of mind, or so I hoped. But, even with the succulent hidden, the feeling of intrusion lingered. It was like a phantom limb, a persistent ache in the space where the plant had been. My apartment, my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, and I was the reluctant performer in a horror show. I started moving, almost compulsively. I checked every window, pulling the blinds tight, making sure the locks were engaged. The front door, already double locked, got a third check. I even dragged a heavy armchair in front of it, just for good measure. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I walked through each room, my senses hyper alert. The faint scent of my lavender candle was still in the air, but beneath it, I could almost detect something else. Something metallic, or perhaps just the ghost of a stranger's presence. I ran my hands along the bookshelves, checked under the bed, peered into the closets. Nothing was overtly disturbed. No open drawers, no obvious signs of a break-in. But that only made it worse. It meant whoever had been here was careful, professional, or maybe I was just losing my mind. I tried to replay the date with David in my head, searching for any other red flags I might have missed. He seemed charming, a little quiet, but attentive. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies. He would mention he was into gardening, which, in hindsight, felt like a setup. He would smile a lot, a wide, easy smile that now felt like a predatory grin. And then, the succulent. That is when the switch flipped. The innocent conversation about plants suddenly morphed into something chilling. He would lean forward, his eyes twinkling, and said, "I bet you have a lot of plants at home. Do not you? Maybe some of those little succulents with the pink tips," the way he would said, "pink tips," almost a whisper, as if sharing a secret, had sent shivers down my spine. It was too specific, too precise. Mark had always loved that succulent, always commented on its pink tips. It was his favorite of all my plants. I remembered bolting from the coffee shop, leaving him there, probably looking bewildered, but I did not care. The fear was a physical thing, a cold hand squeezing my throat. And now, hours later, that hand had not let go. The night stretched before me, an endless expanse of shadows and dread. I knew I would not sleep. I tried to distract myself, turning on the TV, but the flickering images felt meaningless, distant. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak in the floorboards seemed to gain a sinister edge. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. It was a text. Not from Chloe, not from David, not even from a number I recognized. It was just a string of emojis. A plant, a pair of eyes, and a winking face. My blood ran cold. The plant emoji was a succulent. I was sure of it. The eyes they were watching, and the winking face, it was a taunt. A confirmation. I stared at the screen, my fingers trembling. I wanted to smash the phone, to throw it against the wall, but I could not. It was the only tangible proof I had, however flimsy. I took a screenshot, my mind racing. Who was this David, Mark, or someone else entirely? I tried calling the number back, but it went straight to voicemail, a generic, automated message. No name, no identity, just a dead end. I spent the rest of the night huddled on my sofa, a blanket wrapped tightly around me, as if it could shield me from the unseen eyes I felt burning into my back. I kept the lights on, every single one, banishing the shadows, but the light itself felt harsh, exposing. I jumped at every sound, a car passing by, a branch scraping against the window, the old pipes rattling in the walls. Each noise was amplified, distorted by my fear, sounding like footsteps, whispers, a hand fumbling at the doorknob. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke with a jolt, the harsh morning light streaming through the gaps in my blinds. My neck ached, my eyes felt gritty, and a dull throb pulsed behind my temples. But the exhaustion was quickly overshadowed by the renewed wave of terror. It was not a dream. It was real. My phone vibrated again. It was Chloe. Hey, are you okay? You did not call me back. I am worried. I am alive, I croaked, my voice raspy. I got a text last night, a weird one. I told her about the emojis. Chloe was silent for a moment. Okay, that is definitely not okay. I am coming over now, and we are calling the police, or at least going to the station. I did not argue. The terror had solidified into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. I needed her. I needed someone to tell me I was not crazy, even if I felt like I was. Within 20 minutes, I heard her familiar knock. I practically ripped the door open, pulling her inside and slamming it shut, relocking it with frantic haste. Chloe took one look at my pale face, my bloodshot eyes, and the wild desperation in my gaze, and her expression softened with pity and concern. "Oh, honey," she murmured, pulling me into a hug. I clung to her, burying my face in her shoulder, feeling the tremor in my own body. It is real. Chloe. It is real. I whispered, tears finally stinging my eyes. She held me for a long moment, then pulled back, her eyes scanning the apartment. Okay, let us go through this. Show me everything. I showed her the locked doors, the drawn blinds, the armchair barricading the front door. I told her about hiding the succulent. She listened patiently, her brow furrowed. We went through the apartment together, Chloe meticulously checking everything I had already looked at. She opened drawers, peered into closets, even got down on her hands and knees to look under furniture. Nothing, she finally said, her voice quiet. No signs of forced entry. Nothing moved, as far as I can tell. She looked at me, her expression gentle. Are you absolutely sure, babe? Could it have been a misunderstanding? No. I snapped, then immediately regretted it. I mean, no. It was not the text, the way he said it. Mark, it is all connected, Chloe sighed, running a hand through her hair. Okay, we will go to the police. We have the text message, that is something. And your statement about the date, it might not be much, but it is a start. As she spoke, my eyes fell on the kitchen cabinet where I would hidden the succulent. A strange, unsettling feeling washed over me. I walked over to it, my heart beginning to pound again. "What is it?" Chloe asked, following me. I pulled open the cabinet door. The shoebox, wrapped in the black trash bag, was still there, shoved deep in the back, but something was off. The tape I would use to seal the bag was slightly peeled back at one corner, and the bag itself seemed less tightly sealed than I remembered. "I taped this shut," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "Completely, all around." Chloe frowned, reaching for the bag. "Maybe the adhesive just came undone." "No, it was secure." My hands trembled as I pulled the shoebox out. The tape was definitely disturbed. With a surge of dread, I ripped the bag open, then tore the newspaper from the box. The succulent was still there, but it was not in the same position. It was turned slightly, its pink-tipped leaves now facing directly towards the front of the box, as if it had been deliberately adjusted. And then I saw it, tucked beneath one of its fleshy leaves, almost completely hidden from view, was a tiny folded piece of paper. My breath hitched. My hands shook so violently, I almost dropped the pot. Chloe saw my face, saw the paper, and her own eyes widened. "What is that?" she asked, her voice hushed. With trembling fingers, I unfolded the miniature note. It was a small square of paper, neatly cut. On it, in precise, almost perfectly formed letters, were 3 words, written in a stark black ink. "I see you." Beneath the words, a tiny, almost imperceptible symbol, a stylized drawing of a succulent. A scream tore from my throat. A raw, primal sound of pure terror. It was not just a plant. It was not just a coincidence. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken the succulent out of its hiding place, adjusted it, placed this note, and then put it back. They had been here. They were here. Chloe grabbed the note, her face paling. "Oh my God," she whispered. Okay, this changes everything. We are calling 911 right now. This is a break-in. This is harassment. This is criminal." But I was not listening. My eyes were fixed on the kitchen window, which overlooked the small, shared courtyard of the apartment complex. My apartment was on the ground floor. The window was usually covered by blinds, but now, in my panic, I must have left a small gap. And through that gap, I saw him. He was standing perfectly still, partially obscured by a large bush, but I recognized the silhouette instantly. The broad shoulders, the way he held his head. Mark, my ex-boyfriend. He was not looking at my window directly. He was looking at something else. Something in his hand. He slowly raised his hand, and I saw it clearly. A phone, and on the screen, a picture of my kitchen cabinet. Open, with the black trash bag, the shoebox, and the succulent visible inside. He would taken a photo from inside my apartment. My blood ran cold, colder than anything I would ever felt. My legs gave out, and I sank to the floor, my eyes still glued to the window. Mark slowly turned his head. His eyes, even from that distance, seemed to bore into mine. And then he smiled. A slow, knowing, utterly chilling smile. It was not just David. It was not just a setup. It was all of it. Mark was here. He was watching. He had been inside, and the succulent, my innocent gift, my hidden terror, was now a beacon, a signal, a twisted trophy. Chloe was screaming into the phone, her voice a frantic buzz in my ears. But all I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own heart and the echo of 3 chilling words in my mind. A silent whisper from the plant in the shoebox, from the man outside my window, from the darkness that had finally consumed my life. "I see you." Let us move ahead with the next chapter. Let me tell you about Sarah. This was not some campfire story or an urban legend passed down online. This was real. This was the kind of terror that sinks its teeth into you and does not let go, leaving you wondering if you will ever truly feel safe again. And it all started with a simple plant, a small succulent with pink tips, and a text message that shattered her world. The night before, Sarah had been trapped in her own home, a prisoner of fear. Every creak of the old house, every distant siren, had amplified the terror that Mark's chilling text had sown. Hope you are enjoying your evening at home. Sweet dreams. It had read, a malevolent whisper that replayed in her mind, erasing any hope of sleep. She would blocked him weeks ago, after his charm had twisted into something possessive and dark, but he would found a way back in, a digital key to her peace of mind. His face, once charming, had morphed in her memory, his smile stretching into a predatory grin, his eyes reflecting a sinister knowledge that chilled her to the bone. She would huddled on her living room couch, a useless blanket pulled tight, her phone a dim beacon against the encroaching darkness. She would scroll desperately through old photos, searching for any trace of that succulent, the one Chloe had given her, that could explain how he knew it was there. But there was nothing, no posts, no forgotten pictures. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had been here. Her gaze had kept darting to the kitchen windowsill, where the succulent sat, an innocent object now a horrifying symbol of violation. It felt like a target, drawing his unseen eyes even now. The hours crawled. Each minute an eternity of fear. When the first bruised purple of dawn finally bled into the black, a sliver of relief pierced the dread but no peace. She was utterly drained, her body screaming for rest, but her mind raced. After a shaky shower, she would call Chloe. Her concerned voice on the other end was a lifeline. "It is Mark," she would stammer, the words a torrent of fear. "He knows about the succulent. Chloe, the one you gave me. I never posted it. He is been here, or he is watching me, and he sent me a text after I blocked him, threatening me." Chloe's initial disbelief quickly gave way to horror as the full weight of Sarah's nightmare settled between them. "Oh my God. Sarah, that is terrifying," she would said, her voice tight with concern. Chloe, bless her heart, was practical. "You need to call the police." "Sarah, right now? And change your locks. And you are coming to stay with me, no arguments." "But Sarah was hesitant. "What do I tell them?" "Chloe, that my ex-boyfriend sent me a creepy text and knows I have a succulent. They will think I am overreacting. There is no physical threat. Not yet, anyway. And what if calling the police just makes them angrier? What if it escalates things?" The thought of Mark's anger, fueled by perceived betrayal, was a cold knot in my stomach. I just wanted him to disappear, to leave me alone, not to provoke him further. Chloe sighed, a sound of frustration mixed with worry. "Sarah, this is not normal. He knows you have a plant you never posted. He has been inside your apartment, or he is watching you constantly. That is not just creepy. That is stalking. That is a serious violation. But, okay, if you are not ready for the police, at least come to my place. And please, please, do not stay alone tonight. Just pack a bag. I will come pick you up." I felt a slight tremor of relief at the thought of not being alone, but the dread still clung to me like a shroud. I need to try and feel normal. "Chloe, just for a little bit. Normal." Chloe's voice was incredulous. "Sarah, you are not normal right now, and that is okay. Do not try to pretend everything's fine. No. I had that coffee date planned today with David. From Tinder, I matched with him last week, before all this. Maybe if I just go, get out of the house, see a friendly face, it will help." The words sounded hollow even to my own ears. A coffee date. After a night of abject terror, it was insane. But a tiny part of me clung to the idea of a mundane interaction, a brief escape from the nightmare. Chloe was silent for a moment. "Sarah, are you serious? You want to go on a date after what happened?" I know it sounds crazy. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. "But if I just hide away, he wins." I just want to feel like myself, even if it is just for an hour. It is a busy coffee shop in broad daylight. It will be fine. I will be careful. I promise. And then I will come straight to your place. Chloe groaned. Fine. But you text me when you get there. You text me when you leave. And if anything feels off, you call me immediately. Do not try to be polite. Just leave. Got it. Got it. I said, a faint hope stirring within me. Maybe she was right. Maybe a little normalcy was exactly what I needed. I got dressed, my hands still shaking slightly as I pulled on a simple sweater and jeans. I tried to push Mark out of my mind, tried to focus on David, on the idea of a pleasant, forgettable conversation, but as I grabbed my purse, my eyes darted to the succulent on the windowsill. It sat there, innocent and green, yet radiating a malevolent energy, a reminder of the unseen eyes that had watched me. I forced myself to look away. The coffee shop was bustling, just as I would hoped. The cacophony of chattering voices, clinking cups, and grinding espresso machines was a welcome shield against my internal turmoil. I spotted David easily. He was sitting at a small table by the window, scrolling on his phone. He looked exactly like his pictures. Average height, neat brown hair, a pleasant, if unremarkable, face. He stood up as I approached, offering a polite smile. Sarah. Hi. I am David. His handshake was firm, not overly enthusiastic, which I appreciated. Hi. David. Thanks for meeting me. I tried to inject some warmth into my voice, but I could feel the tension in my shoulders, a constant low thrum of anxiety beneath my skin. We ordered our drinks, made some small talk about the weather, our jobs. It was all very normal, very mundane, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a tiny bit of my fear recede. This was good. I thought this was exactly what I needed. A distraction. Then he said it. So you live around here, right? I think I recognize your building. My blood ran cold. I swallowed, forcing a casual smile. Oh, really? It is a pretty common style of apartment building. I guess... He chuckled softly. Yeah, maybe, but I am pretty sure it is yours. I have seen you leaving a few times, heading to work. I think... My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I had not given him my exact address on Tinder. Just the general neighborhood. How could he know my building, let alone that he would see me? I guess so, I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. It is a busy street. He took a sip of his latte, his gaze lingering on me, a little too long, a little too intense. You have a really interesting setup in your kitchen window, by the way. I noticed it. Very unique. My breath hitched. My hands, resting on the table, felt suddenly clammy. My kitchen window. I managed, the words catching in my throat. He nodded, a slight smile playing on his lips. You have that little plant, right? The one with the pink tips? A succulent. I think it really catches the light. The world tilted, the bustling coffee shop, the chatter, the warm scent of coffee. It all faded into a distant hum. All I could hear was the frantic pounding of my own heart, echoing in my ears. The succulent, the pink-tipped succulent, the one Mark knew about, the one I never posted online. How do you know about that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper, laced with a terror I could no longer hide. My eyes darted around the coffee shop, searching, but for what? A hidden camera, Mark himself. David's smile widened, but it did not reach his eyes. His gaze was unnervingly calm, almost predatory. Oh, just noticed it, walking by. It is quite distinctive. Liar, 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 liar. No one just notices a small plant in a third-story window from the street, especially not enough to describe its specific features, not unless they were looking for it. Not unless they had been told to look for it. Or, worse, not unless they had been inside. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not a coincidence. This was not just a creepy date. This was Mark. This was his twisted game. David was a pawn, or worse, an accomplice. The thought was so horrifying, so outlandish, that for a split second, I wondered if I was losing my mind, if the lack of sleep and the terror had finally broken me. But the cold, hard dread in my stomach was undeniable. This was real. I need to go. I stammered, scrambling to gather my purse. My hands fumbled, my fingers clumsy. David leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping, a low, smooth tone that sent shivers down my spine. Leaving so soon? Sarah. I thought we were having a nice time. Mark said you might be a little jumpy, but I did not think you would bolt this quickly. The name hit me like a physical blow. Mark? He said Mark. My head snapped up, my eyes wide with terror. His smile was gone now, replaced by a chillingly neutral expression. His eyes, though, they held a glint of something dark, something knowing. What did you say? I whispered, my voice trembling. Just that. Mark told me you might be a little on edge. David repeated, his voice still unnervingly calm. He is very worried about you, you know. He just wants to make sure you are safe. And he knows you are not eating properly. You look a little thin. The world spun. He knew I was not eating. How could he possibly know that unless Mark was feeding him information, minute by minute, unless Mark was here, my mind screamed. This was not a date. This was an interrogation. A surveillance mission. A cruel, elaborate trap. You are working with him. I accused, the words tumbling out, raw and choked with fear. David just gave a small, almost imperceptible shrug. I am just a friendly face. Sarah. Trying to help. Mark really cares about you. He just wants you to understand, then to come back to him. I pushed my chair back, the scrape of metal on the floor echoing loudly in my ears. I did not care how rude I was. I did not care what he thought. All I knew was that I had to get out. Now, I am leaving, I said, my voice firmer than I thought it could be. I stood up, gripping my purse strap so tightly my knuckles were white. David did not try to stop me. He just watched me, that neutral, knowing expression on his face. As I turned to walk away, I heard his voice, low and clear, cutting through the coffee shop's noise. He will be disappointed. Sarah. But do not worry. He will find another way to reach out. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced myself to walk, not run, towards the exit. Every step felt like an eternity. I could feel his eyes on my back, burning into me. I did not dare look back. I pushed through the door, bursting out into the bright afternoon light, gasping for air as if I would been underwater. Once outside, I did not hesitate. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I dialed Chloe's number. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. Chloe. Chloe. You won't believe it. It was him, or someone working for him. He knew about the succulent Chloe, and he mentioned Mark. He said Mark sent him. The words tumbled out in a frantic, breathless rush. Chloe's voice was immediate, sharp with alarm. Sarah. What? Who? David. What happened? He knew. He knew about the succulent Chloe. And he said Mark told him I was jumpy. He said Mark was worried about me. He was watching me. Mark is watching me. Chloe. He sent this guy to spy on me. I was practically screaming into the phone, tears stinging my eyes. Oh my God. Sarah. Where are you? Are you safe? Get out of there. Get to my place right now. Do not go back to your apartment. Just come straight here. I am on the street. I just left the coffee shop. I choked out, trying to scan my surroundings without looking too obvious. The street was busy, filled with people, but suddenly, everyone felt like a potential threat. A pair of eyes watching my every move. Okay, Good? Do you see him? Is he following you? I risked a quick glance back at the coffee shop. David was no longer visible through the window. But then, I saw it. A dark sedan parked across the street, its windows tinted. It had not been there when I went in. And as I watched, the car's headlights flashed. Just for a second. A signal. A confirmation. There is a car. Chloe. A dark sedan. I think it is watching me. Oh God. Chloe. I am so scared. My voice broke. Sarah, do not panic. Just walk, calmly, head towards the main bus stop, then grab a cab or a rideshare directly to my place. And do not stop looking around. If you see him, anyone suspicious, cross the street, duck into a store, just keep moving. I took a deep, shaky breath and forced myself to walk, my pace quickening, but trying to appear normal. Every shadow seemed to stretch. Every passerby felt like an accomplice. I kept glancing over my shoulder, my heart leaping into my throat every time I saw a reflection in a store window or a figure that vaguely resembled Mark. The dark sedan remained, a silent, menacing presence in my rearview. I ducked into a small bookstore, pretending to browse, but my eyes were glued to the street outside. The sedan was still there. I waited, my breath held tight in my chest, for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it started to move, slowly, cruising past the bookstore, then turning the corner and disappearing. A sliver of hope. Maybe he was gone. I quickly booked a rideshare, putting Chloe's address as the destination. The car arrived within minutes, and I practically dove into the back seat, giving the driver a strained smile. As we pulled away, I looked back one last time. The sedan was nowhere to be seen. The drive to Chloe's apartment was a blur of fear and adrenaline. I kept my phone clutched in my hand, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, convinced I would see the dark sedan materialize behind us. But it did not. When I finally reached Chloe's building, I practically ran up the stairs, my knuckles rapping frantically on her door. She pulled me inside, her face etched with worry. "Oh, Sarah, you look like you have seen a ghost," she said, pulling me into a hug. "Worse." I mumbled into her shoulder. "I think I saw a demon." We spent the rest of the day holed up in Chloe's apartment, blinds drawn, doors locked. I recounted every terrifying detail of the date. The chilling calm of David, the mention of Mark, the dark sedan. Chloe was furious, her anger a welcome contrast to my paralyzing fear. "That is it. Sarah, we are calling the police." Now, this is not just creepy texts anymore. This is active stalking. This is harassment. This is a threat. This time, I did not argue. My fear had finally outweighed my reluctance. We called the non-emergency line, and an officer eventually came to Chloe's apartment. I told him everything, from the initial breakup to the terrifying text, the succulent, and now the orchestrated date with David. The officer, a kind-faced woman named Officer Miller, listened patiently, taking notes. She was sympathetic, but her words were deflating. M.S. Hayes. I understand how terrifying this is, and it absolutely sounds like stalking, but without any direct physical assault, or a clear, undeniable threat of violence. Our hands are somewhat tied. We can file a report, we can document everything, and we can advise you to get a restraining order. We can also increase patrols in your neighborhood. But he is been in my apartment, I insisted, my voice rising. He knew about the succulent, and he sent that man, David, to meet me. We do not have proof he was inside. M.S. Hayes, Officer Miller said gently. And the man you met, David, he has not committed a crime directly. It is circumstantial. A restraining order would be your best course of action. If he violates that, then we can take more direct action. I felt a fresh wave of despair. It was not enough. It never felt like enough. Mark was out there, pulling strings, watching, and the law felt too slow, too cautious to protect me. Chloe, however, was not deterred. Okay, so a restraining order. We will get that started tomorrow. In the meantime, Sarah needs to get her locks changed, and she needs to stay away from her apartment. She is staying here, with me. Officer Miller nodded. That is a good plan. Do not engage with him. M.S. Hayes. Do not respond to any texts or calls. Document everything. And if you see him, call 911 immediately. The next few days were a blur of nervous energy. Chloe and I spent hours at the courthouse, filling out paperwork for the restraining order. It felt like a flimsy piece of paper against the pervasive dread that had taken root in my soul. I arranged for a locksmith to change the locks on my apartment, but even the thought of going back there, of being in a space he had violated, filled me with revulsion. I did not go back. Chloe went with the locksmith, collected some of my essentials, and brought them back to her place. She said the succulent was still there, untouched, a silent sentinel of my fear. Then the texts started again, not from Mark's original number, but from various burner numbers, always short, always chilling. Miss you. Sarah. Your new locks won't keep me out forever. Heard you like coffee dates. Maybe next time we will try dinner. Chloe's apartment is nice. Cozy. That last one sent a fresh wave of ice through me. He knew where I was. He was watching Chloe's place now. Chloe and I huddled together, reading the texts, our faces pale. He is escalating. Chloe whispered, her voice tight with fear. This is bad. Sarah, really bad. We called Officer Miller again, forwarding the texts. She assured us they were adding them to the file, and that patrols around Chloe's building would be increased. But the feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. What good were patrols if he was always one step ahead, always lurking in the shadows? One evening, about a week after I had moved in with Chloe, we were watching a movie, trying to pretend everything was normal. Suddenly, there was a faint scraping sound from outside the window, followed by a soft, insistent tapping. My blood ran cold. Chloe froze, her eyes wide. We both looked at the window. It was on the third floor. There was no fire escape. The tapping came again, a rhythmic, unnerving sound. Tap, tap. Chloe slowly rose, her hand gripping my arm. What is that? She whispered. I shook my head, my throat tight with fear. I knew exactly what it was, or rather who it was. We crept towards the window, our hearts pounding in unison. Chloe slowly, carefully, pulled back a corner of the blind. And there he was. Mark, he was standing on a ladder, somehow propped against the side of the building, reaching up to tap on the window. He was wearing a dark hoodie, pulled low over his face, but there was no mistaking the chilling intensity of his gaze as he looked directly into the room. Directly at us. He was not smiling. His face was grim, determined, and in his hand he held something small and green, the pink-tipped succulent. My breath caught in my throat. He had taken it. He had climbed up to Chloe's third-story window, a ladder somehow procured and placed without anyone noticing, just to show me that he had taken my plant, my symbol of violation, and brought it to my new sanctuary. He held it up, almost reverently, then slowly, deliberately, placed it on the narrow ledge outside Chloe's window, a grotesque offering. A terrifying message. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, and held it up, pointing it at us. He was filming us, documenting our terror. Chloe gasped, a small, choked sound. She quickly let the blind fall back into place, plunging us into shadow. Oh my God, she whispered, her voice trembling. He is here. He is really here. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. I dialed 911. My voice, a ragged whisper as I explained to the operator that my stalker was outside Chloe's window on a ladder and had just left a plant on the ledge. We huddled together, listening to the agonizing silence, waiting. Seconds stretched into minutes. We heard distant sirens, growing louder, closer. Then, the sound of shouting from outside. Chloe risked another peek through the blinds. They are here. The police are here. They are getting him. They are pulling him off the ladder. A wave of relief so potent it made my legs weak washed over me. But it was fleeting. The image of Mark's grim face, his knowing eyes, the succulent on the ledge, it was burned into my mind. The police arrested Mark. They found the ladder, the plant, and his phone, which indeed contained videos of our terrified faces through Chloe's window. This was the irrefutable evidence they needed. The restraining order was now backed by a clear violation, a clear threat. Mark was charged with stalking, harassment, and trespassing. He was eventually released on bail with strict conditions, but the legal process dragged on. I had to move. I could not stay in my apartment, and I could not stay with Chloe, knowing Mark knew where she lived. I packed up my entire life, sold most of my furniture, and moved to a new city, severing all ties, changing my number, scrubbing my online presence. The succulent, Chloe retrieved it from the ledge. It sat on her desk for a while, a strange trophy of terror. Eventually, she gave it to a mutual friend, someone far away, saying she just could not look at it anymore without thinking of Mark. I still look over my shoulder. I still check my locks 3 times. Every notification on my phone makes my heart leap. The fear, the violation, the chilling knowledge that someone could so easily invade your personal space, your sense of safety, that never truly goes away. Mark is still out there somewhere. And even though he is supposed to stay away, even though there are legal protections in place, I know deep down that the quiet horror he inflicted on me will always be a part of my story. It is a permanent shadow, a reminder that the most terrifying monsters are often the ones who once walked among us, charming and seemingly normal, until their true nature, dark and predatory, finally reveals itself. And sometimes, all it takes is a seemingly innocent plant and its chilling text to shatter your entire world. Now listen, as the next story begins, Chloe, he knows about the Kummel, the succulent. My voice was a ragged whisper, raw with terror, as I clutched the phone to my ear, my other hand gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. The car screeched around a corner, tires protesting, but I barely registered it. All I could feel was the icy tendril of fear snaking through my veins, tightening its grip around my heart. Who knows what? Sarah, slow down, you are not making any sense. Chloe's voice, usually so calm and steady, was laced with concern, a stark contrast to my unraveling state. David, from the date, he knows about the succulent. Chloe, the pink-tipped one, the one Mark texted me about, he knows. I was gasping, trying to force air into my lungs, but it felt like the world was pressing down on me, suffocating me. Every car I passed, every face I glimpsed, became a potential threat, a pair of eyes watching, judging, following. Wait, David, how could he possibly know about that? Did you tell him? Chloe asked, her voice a little softer now, trying to coax the information out of me. No. I swear, we were talking about hobbies, and I just vaguely mentioned gardening, and he just smiled. Chloe, like it was nothing, and he said, I bet you have a lot of plants at home. Do not you? Maybe some of those little succulents with the pink tips, the words tumbled out, a frantic confession. It was like he was inside my head. Chloe, like he knew exactly what Mark knew. It was not a coincidence. It could not be. A pause on Chloe's end, then a sharp intake of breath. Oh my God. Sarah, that is really unsettling. What did you do? I ran. I just ran. I made up some excuse about a meeting, but I just bolted. I could feel his eyes on me. Chloe, burning into my back. I looked back through the coffee shop window, and he was just watching me, smiling. That same innocuous smile that now felt completely sinister. My voice broke, a sob catching in my throat. I think he is with Mark. I think it was a trap. Chloe, the whole date, a setup. Sarah, where are you going? Are you safe? Home. I am going home, but I do not feel safe. Chloe, I do not feel safe anywhere anymore. The words were true. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a cage, a place where Mark's shadow seemed to stretch and twist into every corner. And now, this David, this seemingly normal guy from a dating app, had shattered the last illusion of safety. The rest of the drive was a blur of hyper-awareness. Every car that pulled up behind me, every flicker of headlights in my rearview mirror, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. I kept replaying David's words, his smile, the way his eyes seemed to linger just a moment too long. It was like a movie, you know, one of those psychological thrillers where the protagonist slowly realizes everyone around them is part of some elaborate, terrifying scheme. That was me. I was the protagonist in my own nightmare. Finally, I pulled into my apartment complex, my hands still shaking so violently I almost dropped my keys. I fumbled with the lock, my eyes darting around the dimly lit parking lot. Was David watching? Was Mark? Was someone else? An unknown accomplice, lurking in the shadows? The thought made my skin crawl. As soon as I was inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it, then locking it again. I leaned against it, gasping, my chest heaving. The silence of my apartment, usually comforting, now felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken threats. I knew I needed to check everything, but a paralyzing fear held me in place. Chloe, I am home. I whispered into the phone, my voice barely audible. Okay, good. Are you sure you are okay? Do you want me to come over? Or you could come here, she offered, her voice firm, practical. No. I need to be here. I need to see if anything's changed. My eyes scanned the familiar living room, and that is when I saw it. On the small end table, next to my favorite reading chair, sat the pink-tipped succulent. Chloe's gift, Mark's obsession, David's chilling reference. It sat there, innocent and beautiful, yet now it felt like a malevolent eye, staring back at me, a silent testament to how deeply my privacy had been violated. Sarah. What is it? Chloe asked, sensing my sudden silence. It is here. I choked out. The succulent. It is just sitting there, but it feels different now. It feels like a taunt. I slowly walked over to it, my feet dragging, as if approaching a venomous snake. I picked up the small pot, turning it over in my trembling hands. There was nothing outwardly wrong with it, no note, no sign of tampering, but the knowledge that David knew, that Mark knew, had tainted it. It was no longer just a plant, it was a symbol of their reach, their insidious presence in my life. I spent the next hour meticulously checking every inch of my apartment. Closets, under the bed, behind the shower curtain, even the pantry. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the window, sent my heart leaping into my throat. I was looking for anything, any sign that someone had been here, that my sanctuary had been breached. But there was nothing, no footprints, no moved objects, no forced entry. Yet the feeling persisted, a cold, undeniable certainty that my home was no longer my own. Chloe stayed on the phone with me, talking me through it, trying to ground me in reality. She suggested I call the police again, but I just shook my head, even though she could not see me. They did not believe me before. Chloe. They said it was just a few weird texts, a misunderstanding. Now, what am I going to tell them? That a guy on a date mentioned my succulent? They will think I am crazy. Mark's too smart. He does not leave evidence. But this is different. Sarah, he set you up on a date. That is a huge escalation. Chloe argued, her voice rising slightly. Or David is just some random guy who happened to mention a common type of plant, and I am losing my mind. I mumbled, the thought of fleeting, desperate hope. But even as I said it, I knew it was not true. The specific pink-tipped succulent, the exact phrasing, the chilling timing, after Mark's text, it was too precise to be coincidence. My gut screamed danger. I finally hung up with Chloe, promising to call her in the morning. The apartment felt impossibly large and empty without her voice. I pulled all the blinds down, double-checked the window locks, and even placed a chair against the back door. A futile gesture against someone who clearly knew how to get close to me. Sleep was a joke. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and twist into monstrous shapes. Every creak of the floorboards became a footstep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying David's face, Mark's texts, the feeling of his eyes on me. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like an animal caught in a snare, just waiting for the hunter to return. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat in the silence. I stared at the screen, dread pooling in my stomach. It was an unknown number. My thumb hovered over the answer button, then hesitated. What if it was Mark? What if it was David? What if they were together, laughing at my fear? It rang again, and again. On the third ring, I silenced it, my breath catching in my throat. Then, a text message came through, but from a different, unknown number. It was just one word: sleeping. My blood ran cold. My entire body went rigid. It was not Mark's usual number, but the chilling familiarity of the message, the predatory implication, made my stomach churn. He knew I was awake. He knew I was in my apartment. He was close. My eyes darted to the window, then to the door. Was he outside? Right now? Watching my light. I did not reply. I could not. I just lay there, paralyzed by fear, clutching my phone like a lifeline. The rest of the night passed in a blurry haze of terror and exhaustion. I felt like I was suffocating, trapped in a box that was slowly shrinking. The next morning, I dragged myself out of bed, feeling like I had not slept in days. Every nerve was frayed, every sound amplified. The sunlight streaming through the blinds, usually a welcome sight, now felt like a spotlight, making me feel even more exposed. I called Chloe, my voice hoarse. He texted me, Chloe, just one word, sleeping. From an unknown number, he knows I was awake. Chloe was silent for a moment. Sarah, this is beyond anything I can help you with. You have to go to the police, or come stay with me. Or both. I do not know. Chloe, I just do not know what to do. My mind was a chaotic mess. I felt like I was spiraling, losing my grip on reality. Was I imagining things? Was I overreacting? But the knot of fear in my stomach told me otherwise. I somehow managed to get ready for work, moving like a zombie. The thought of stepping outside, of facing the world, filled me with a fresh wave of dread. But staying home felt just as dangerous. At least at work, there were other people. The drive to work was a repeat of the night before, every car a potential threat. I parked in the company garage, usually a secure space, but today it felt like a dark, cavernous trap. As I got out of my car, I glanced at the passenger seat. There, tucked under the windshield wiper, was a small, folded piece of paper. My heart leaped into my throat. My hands trembled as I reached for it, my mind screaming, "Do not touch it." But I could not resist. It was a compulsion, a morbid curiosity to know what fresh horror awaited me. I unfolded the paper. Inside, meticulously drawn, was a picture of a pink-tipped succulent, and underneath, in neat, precise handwriting, was a single word, beautiful. It was not a text this time. It was physical. He had been to my car, in the parking garage. At my work, he was not just watching my apartment, he was everywhere. The sheer audacity, the chilling message, sent a wave of nausea washing over me. This was not a game to him. This was his twisted reality, and I was trapped in it. I stumbled into the office, the drawing clutched in my hand, my mind reeling. I could not focus. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every time a colleague walked by, I flinched. The fluorescent lights of the office felt too bright, too harsh, exposing my raw nerves. During lunch, I finally broke down and called Chloe again. He left a drawing on my car. Chloe, of the succulent. At work, he is everywhere. Okay, that is it, Chloe said, her voice firm, leaving no room for argument. You are coming to my place tonight. Pack a bag. Do not go back to your apartment alone. I will meet you at the entrance to your complex. Her resolve was a small anchor in my sea of panic. Maybe, just maybe, I could escape this. I agreed. The thought of not being alone, of not being in my apartment, a desperate flicker of hope. The rest of the workday was agonizing. I kept glancing at the clock, counting down the minutes until I could leave. Every time the elevator doors opened, I braced myself, half expecting to see Mark, or David, their faces twisted into menacing smiles. Finally, 5 p.m. arrived. I practically ran out of the office, down to the parking garage. I got into my car, the drawing still sitting on the passenger seat like a morbid trophy. I peeled out of the garage, driving faster than I should have, my eyes constantly scanning the rearview mirror. When I reached my apartment complex, Chloe was already there, leaning against her car, her arms crossed, a worried frown on her face. Seeing her familiar, reassuring presence was like a dam breaking. I pulled up beside her, my hands shaking as I put the car in park. Oh. Chloe, I cried, tears welling up in my eyes. Hey, it is okay, she said, opening my door. Let us just get you packed. Quick. We went up to my apartment together. Even with Chloe there, the place felt heavy, suffocating. I quickly grabbed a duffel bag, throwing in some clothes, toiletries, anything I could think of. As I was about to zip it up, I hesitated. My eyes fell on the pink-tipped succulent, still sitting on the end table. I can't leave it, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. It feels like leaving a part of myself here for him. Chloe looked at me, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Okay. Grab it. We will take it with us. I carefully picked up the small pot, cradling it in my hands. It felt heavy, a burden, but also a strange comfort. It was a tangible piece of this nightmare, and maybe, just maybe, taking it with me would give me some small sense of control. As we walked out of the apartment, Chloe checked the locks, her expression grim. We made our way down the stairs, the silence of the hallway amplifying every creak and groan of the old building. We reached the ground floor, and as we approached the main entrance, a figure stepped out from behind the stairwell, blocking our path. My blood ran cold. My heart stopped. It was David. He stood there, perfectly still, a faint, polite smile playing on his lips. He was wearing the same innocuous sweater from our date, the same kind eyes that now seemed to bore into my soul. He was not holding anything, no weapon, no menacing object. Just standing there, radiating an unsettling calm. Leaving so soon. Sarah, he asked, his voice soft, almost a whisper, but it echoed in the silent hallway like a gunshot. I was hoping we could talk. You left rather abruptly yesterday. Chloe stepped forward, placing herself slightly in front of me. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded, her voice firm, though I could hear a tremor of fear underneath it. David's smile widened just a fraction, his gaze flicking from Chloe to me, then to the succulent I clutched in my hands. Ah, the famous succulent. I knew you would bring it. Mark said you were quite attached to it. The mention of Mark, so casually, so openly, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. My knees felt weak, threatening to buckle. He was not just an accomplice, he was openly admitting his connection. Mark, Chloe repeated, her eyes narrowing. What does Mark have to do with this? David chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. Everything, my dear. Mark and I, we are very close, and he is very fond of Sarah, very, very fond. His eyes, those once kind eyes, now held a disturbing intensity. He has been watching you, Sarah, for a long time. He knows you better than you know yourself, probably. Why are you doing this? I managed to choke out, my voice barely a whisper. What do you want? Oh, Mark just wants you to understand, David said, taking a slow, deliberate step towards us. Understand that you belong to him, that you can't escape, that all your little attempts to push him away, they just make him want you more. He took another step. Chloe grabbed my arm, pulling me back slightly. Stay away from us, she hissed. Now, David said, his voice still calm but with an underlying menace. There is no need for that. We just want to make sure Sarah is comfortable and safe with Mark. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a way out. The main entrance was behind David. The stairs were behind us, leading back up to the apartments. We were trapped. He is waiting for you. Sarah, David continued, his eyes fixed on mine, his smile unwavering. He is very eager to finally meet you properly, to show you everything he has prepared. A sudden, terrifying realization hit me. This was not just about a date gone wrong. This was not just about a stalker. This was an abduction, a carefully planned, meticulously executed trap. David was not just Mark's eyes. He was his hand, leading me directly into the lion's den. No! I screamed, a raw, primal sound tearing from my throat. I pushed past Chloe, a sudden surge of adrenaline coursing through me. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get away from David, away from Mark, away from whatever terrifying fate they had planned for me. I sprinted back towards the stairs, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Chloe, after a moment of stunned hesitation, yelled my name and ran after me. David, however, did not move. He just stood there, watching us, his polite smile still firmly in place, as if he knew something we did not, as if this was all part of the plan. I scrambled up the stairs, 2 at a time, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Chloe was right behind me. We burst onto the 2nd floor, then the 3rd. I did not know where I was going, just that I could not go back to David, could not go to Mark. My apartment was no longer an option. It was part of the trap. As I reached the 4th floor, I heard footsteps behind us, slow and deliberate. David, he was not running, he was just walking, confident, like a predator herding its prey. Sarah, which way? Chloe panted, her voice strained. I looked around frantically. All the apartment doors were closed, silent. No one was around. We were utterly alone. Then, I saw it. At the end of the hallway, a small, unmarked door, a maintenance door, perhaps leading to the roof or a utility closet. It was a desperate, foolish hope, but it was all I had. That way. I yelled, pointing. We ran towards it, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. Behind us, David's footsteps grew closer, punctuated by the soft, unsettling hum of a tune he was whistling, a simple nursery rhyme tune that twisted into something truly sinister in that moment. I reached the door, fumbling with the handle. It was unlocked. I yanked it open, revealing a dark, narrow stairwell, reeking of dust and stale air. Without hesitation, I plunged into the darkness. Chloe, right behind me. I heard the door slam shut behind us, cutting off the light, cutting off David's unsettling whistle. We stumbled down the stairs, blindly, our hands scraping against the rough concrete walls. It was pitch black, and the air grew colder, heavier. We descended several flights, the sounds of our own panicked breathing echoing around us. Where did this lead? I had no idea, but it had to be better than facing David, better than facing Mark. Suddenly, I felt my foot hit something hard, and I tumbled forward, the succulent flying from my grasp. It hit the ground with a soft thud, the ceramic pot shattering. A wave of despair washed over me. Even that small comfort was gone. "Sarah, are you okay?" Chloe cried, reaching for me in the darkness. "I think so," I whispered, my voice trembling. I could feel fragments of ceramic under my hand. We slowly, cautiously continued our descent. The air grew damp, the smell of mildew strong. We were going deeper, beneath the building, into the unknown. Just when I thought we would never reach the bottom, my hand brushed against a metal door. I pushed it open, and a sliver of light filtered into the stairwell. We emerged into a cavernous, dimly lit space. It was a basement, filled with old pipes, dusty storage units, and shadows that danced and stretched in the weak light from a single bare bowl hanging from the ceiling. "What is this place?" Chloe whispered, her voice filled with awe and dread. "I do not know," I replied, my eyes scanning the eerie landscape. It felt like we had stumbled into another world, a forgotten, unsettling place. Then, from the far end of the basement, a voice echoed, calm and clear, cutting through the silence. "Welcome, Sarah. I have been waiting for you." My blood ran cold for the final time. Standing amidst the shadows, illuminated by the flickering bulb, was a figure, tall, slender, with eyes that gleamed with an unsettling intensity. It was Mark, and in his hand, held with a strange reverence, was a small ceramic pot. A pink-tipped succulent perfectly intact, a chilling mirror of the one I had just shattered. He smiled, a wide, predatory smile. "David was right," he said, his voice a low, smooth purr. "You do look beautiful when you run." The horror was not just about the chase anymore. It was about being found, about the meticulous planning, about the absolute, terrifying certainty that I was exactly where he wanted me to be. And the game, I knew, had only just begun. Up next, another story opens the red rose. A single perfect crimson bloom, sitting innocently on my kitchen counter, next to the fruit bowl. But it was not innocent. It was a declaration, a promise. He had been back after the new locks, after the police. He would left a message, "I can still get in." My breath hitched, then caught in my throat. My vision tunneled. The world around me dimmed, all sound fading, except for the frantic thumping of my own heart. It was a drumbeat of pure, unadulterated terror. He had been inside my apartment, my sanctuary, the place I thought was safe, even just for a few hours. "No," I whispered, the sound barely audible. My legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. I stumbled backward, clutching the counter for support, my eyes fixated on that rose. It was not just a flower, it was a symbol of his omnipresence, his cruel game. He was not just watching me from the outside, he was breaching my walls, making a mockery of every effort I made to protect myself. My phone felt like a lead weight in my shaking hand as I dialed Sarah. She answered on the first ring, her voice laced with concern. "What is it? Are you okay?" He was here. I choked out, the words barely forming. Again, after the locks, there is a rose on the counter, a beat of stunned silence on her end, then a sharp intake of breath. "I am coming over. Do not touch anything. Do not move. Just stay by the phone." I did not move. I could not. My gaze swept around the kitchen, then the living room, a sickening wave of paranoia washing over me. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every mundane object seemed to harbor a hidden threat. Had he touched anything else? Had he left anything else? Was he still here? Hiding, watching me from some unseen vantage point? The thought sent a jolt of ice through my veins, and I instinctively backed away from the kitchen, pressing myself against the wall in the hallway, as far as I could get without leaving my apartment. When Sarah burst through the door a frantic 15 minutes later, she found me huddled on the floor, phone still clutched to my chest, staring wide-eyed at the kitchen entrance. Her face, usually so composed, was pale with shock and fury. She saw the rose immediately. "Oh my God," she breathed, her voice tight with suppressed anger. He is escalating." We called the police again. They came, they looked, they wrote down notes, their expressions a mix of weary professionalism and barely concealed skepticism. "Still no forced entry, madam. No fingerprints on the rose. We can't prove who put it there." They suggested I get a new locksmith, maybe reinforce the door frame. They suggested I consider moving. They suggested I try to think if I had any other enemies. Marco was not an enemy. He was a phantom, a predator. They are useless. Sarah seethed after they left, echoing my own thoughts from days ago. Absolutely useless. We spent the rest of the day in a blur of frantic activity. Sarah helped me install a more advanced security system, motion sensors, window alarms, a doorbell camera that connected to my phone. We even put a wooden dowel in the sliding glass door track, just like they tell you to do for cheap motel rooms. It felt like we were building a fortress, piece by agonizing piece, but with every new lock, every new alarm, the dread only deepened, because he had already proven that locks and alarms were just suggestions to him. It was inside my head, and that was the most terrifying breach of all. The following days blurred into a monotonous cycle of fear and exhaustion. Sleep was a luxury I could not afford. Every shadow played tricks on my eyes. Every creak of the old building sent my heart into a frantic rhythm. I ate little, barely left the apartment, and when I did, it was always with Sarah, always looking over my shoulder, always feeling his eyes on me. My apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a gilded cage, a prison where I was constantly on edge, waiting for the next sign, the next message. Sarah tried to keep my spirits up. She brought over board games, cooked my favorite meals, and even dragged me out for walks in crowded parks, hoping the presence of other people would offer some solace. But it did not. The world outside felt just as dangerous, if not more so, than the inside of my apartment. At least inside, I had my pathetic defenses. Outside, I was completely exposed. "You can't live like this, you know," Sarah said one evening, after I would flinched violently at the sound of a car backfiring outside. We were sitting in my living room, the blinds drawn tight, every light blazing. "He has taken so much from you already. Do not let him take your life." I just stared at her, feeling hollowed out. What am I supposed to do? "Sarah, move. He will find me. Change my identity. He will find me. He is like a ghost. He is everywhere." She sighed, running a hand through her hair. "You need a distraction. A big one? Something to remind you that there is still good in the world, that not everyone is him." She paused, a thoughtful look on her face. "Have you ever tried online dating?" My head snapped up. "Are you serious?" "Sarah, I have a stalker. The last thing I need is to invite more strangers into my life, especially from an app where people are practically asking to be stalked." The idea was absurd, terrifying. No, hear me out," she insisted, holding up a hand. "Not to find true love, not even to go on a serious date, just to talk to someone new, to feel a connection that is not about fear, to remember what it is like to have a normal conversation. You can set your boundaries, meet in public, tell me everything. It is just a way to dip your toe back into the world, without actually exposing yourself too much." The idea, initially horrifying, slowly started to gnaw at me. She was right. I could not live like this. I was a prisoner, and Marco was the warden. Maybe, just maybe, a small act of rebellion, a tiny step towards normalcy, was what I needed. A distraction, a reminder that my life was not entirely defined by his obsession. Reluctantly, I downloaded Tinder. The app icon felt heavy on my phone screen, a gateway to a world I would have been avoiding. Swiping through profiles felt alien, a bizarre game of judging strangers based on a few photos and witty bios. Most of them blurred together gym selfies, travel pics, guys holding fish. But then, one profile caught my eye. His name was Alex. He had kind eyes, a genuine smile, and a bio that mentioned a love for indie movies and trying new coffee shops. He seemed normal. Safe. I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. We started chatting. His messages were friendly, engaging, and devoid of any creepy undertones. He asked about my day, shared funny anecdotes about his, and made me laugh for the first time in what felt like weeks. It was a strange, almost surreal experience. This digital connection that felt miles away from the terror of my real life. He felt like an escape. After a few days of back and forth, he suggested meeting for coffee. There is this great little place downtown, he wrote. The Tibisa, Daily Grind, ever been. My stomach clenched. The Daily Grind was indeed a great little place. It was also just a few blocks from my apartment. Too close, but I could not tell him that I wanted to meet him, to prove to myself that I could still do normal things. Sounds good. I typed back, trying to sound nonchalant. I am free, Tuesday afternoon. Tuesday arrived, bringing with it a fresh wave of anxiety. I picked out an outfit that made me feel confident, but still conservative. I told Sarah exactly where I was going, what time, and promised to text her every 30 minutes. As I walked out the door, my heart hammered against my ribs, a mixture of fear and a strange, unfamiliar flutter of anticipation. The Daily Grind was bustling, a comforting hum of chatter, and the rich aroma of coffee. Alex was already there, sitting at a small table near the window, nursing a latte. He stood up as I approached, a warm smile on his face. He was even better looking in person, and his eyes were as kind as they seemed in his photos. Hey, he said, extending a hand. You must be narrator's name. I am Alex. His hand was warm, firm. For a fleeting moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe Sarah was right. Maybe this was exactly what I needed. We ordered our drinks, and the conversation flowed easily. He talked about his job in graphic design, his love for hiking, and a recent trip he would take into Colorado. I found myself genuinely laughing, telling him about my own interests, carefully omitting any details about my current predicament. It felt good to talk about normal things, to pretend even for a little while that my life was not a living nightmare. But then, a subtle shift. So, Alex said, taking a sip of his coffee, his eyes lingering on me a moment too long. You live around here, right? I think I saw your building on my way over. My smile faltered. Oh. Which one? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. He chuckled. The one with the really distinctive fire escape. And those new blackout curtains on the second floor, they really stand out. My blood ran cold. My apartment building had a distinctive fire escape, and I had just put up new blackout curtains on my second floor windows. Curtains that were always drawn. How could he have seen them? Unless a knot formed in my stomach, I tried to push down the rising panic. Coincidence, I told myself. He could have just noticed the building in general, and the curtains were a lucky guess. They were new, after all, maybe they did stand out. Yeah, that is the one, I said, forcing a casual tone. Mall World. He smiled, but it did not quite reach his eyes this time. Mall World, indeed. You know, when I first saw your profile, I had a feeling like we would met before or were meant to. My alarm bells were ringing now, loud and clear. This was not just a charming line. This was too much. Anyway, he continued, leaning forward slightly, his voice dropping to a lower, more intimate tone. I have been meaning to ask you something. About your situation. My heart hammered against my ribs. My situation? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. I had not mentioned anything about Marco, about the police, about the rose, to him, or to anyone on Tinder. He nodded, his gaze unwavering. The whole stalker thing. Marco, right? Pretty intense stuff. I heard about the rose. The world tilted. The coffee shop, the people, the comforting hum, it all faded into a blurry backdrop. Alex's face was the only thing in focus, his smile now chilling, predatory. My breath hitched. He knew. How do you know about that? I stammered, my voice trembling. He leaned back, a casual smirk playing on his lips. Oh, word gets around, especially when someone's been watching you. My mind raced, trying to piece it together. Was he Marco? No, his face was different. But the eyes, the unsettling intensity, it felt familiar. Like the feeling of being watched. Are you with him? I asked, my voice a desperate plea. Alex chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. With him, you could say that he is a very persuasive individual and he has a lot of resources, more than you could imagine. He paused, taking another slow sip of his latte, watching my face contort with fear. He really wanted me to tell you something. He says he misses you, and he knows you are trying to move on. But he also wants you to know you can't. The air in the cafe suddenly felt thick, suffocating. My hands were shaking so violently, I had to grip the table to keep them steady. This was not a date. This was a message. A trap. A cruel, calculated display of power. I need to go, I said, pushing my chair back with a screech. Alex did not try to stop me directly. Instead, he just watched, his eyes gleaming with a perverse satisfaction. Oh, you can go, he said, his voice soft but laced with menace. But where will you go? He is everywhere, He sees you. He knows where you live. He knows where you work. He knows where your friend Sarah lives. He knows what you eat for breakfast. He knows what you wear to bed. My blood ran cold. The specific, intimate details he knew about Sarah. This was not just a random creepy guy. This was a direct, terrifying conduit to Marco. He wants you to know that he saw you get those new locks. He saw you put up those blackout curtains. He even saw you struggling with that wooden dowel in your sliding door. He thought it was cute. The word cute twisted in my stomach. A vile, sickening sensation. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been watching me install my pathetic defenses. He had been there, a silent observer, mocking my every desperate effort. And he wanted me to tell you, Alex continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, that the new security camera, the one that was delayed, it is on its way. But he already has the footage. That was it. That was the breaking point. The camera had not even arrived yet. How could he possibly have footage unless he was planning to hack it or intercept it? Or I did not wait for another word. I scrambled out of my chair, knocking it over in my haste. My mind was screaming, a primal, wordless shriek of terror. I pushed past startled patrons, my eyes darting wildly, looking for an escape, for a way out of this nightmare. Do not worry. Alex called out, his voice unnervingly calm, carrying over the sudden silence I would created. He will be in touch. I burst out of the cafe, gasping for air, the cold afternoon wind shock against my flushed cheeks. I did not look back. I just ran, my legs pumped furiously, my lungs burning, my vision blurred with unshed tears and overwhelming panic. I ran down the street, blindly, not knowing where I was going, only knowing I had to get away from him, from Alex, from the cafe, from the terrifying knowledge he had just imparted. Every face I saw on the street seemed to morph into a potential threat. Every car that slowed down, every person who glanced my way felt like an accomplice, another pair of Marco's eyes. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear, desperate to call Sarah, to call anyone. But what would I even say? He knows everything. He sent a date to tell me he has footage from a camera I do not even have yet. It sounded insane. I finally managed to dial Sarah, my voice a raw, desperate sob. Sarah, he knows everything. The date, it was a trap. He sent someone. He knows about the camera, about the dowel, about everything. What are you talking about? Slow down, she yelled back, her voice laced with alarm. I am running. I do not know where to go. Just then, as I rounded a corner, my eyes caught a flash of movement in my periphery. A dark sedan parked across the street, its windows tinted, and in the driver's seat, a silhouette. It was not Alex. It was familiar. My blood turned to ice. Marco. I did not see his face, could not make out any features, but I knew that dark, still shape. The way the car seemed to hum with a silent threat. He was there. He had been watching the entire time. The Tinder date. Alex, it was all a show, a twisted performance designed to break me, to show me how utterly powerless I was. I ran harder, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs burning. I had to get home, or to Sarah's, anywhere but here, exposed on the street, with Marco watching. I hailed a cab, practically throwing myself into the back seat, gasping out my address. I did not dare look back. The ride home was a blur of hyperventilating and frantic glances out the window. Every car that pulled alongside us, every dark shape, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I paid the driver, practically ripping the money from my wallet, and bolted for my building. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. Finally, I was inside. The heavy door slammed shut behind me, but it offered no comfort. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, my body racked with tremors. I was home, but the illusion of safety was gone, shattered into a million pieces. I locked every lock, engaged every alarm, and then collapsed onto the living room floor, sobbing uncontrollably. The Tinder date, the brief flicker of hope, had been extinguished, replaced by a darkness far deeper than before. He had not just breached my physical defenses. He had breached my mind, my spirit. He had shown me that there was no escape, no hiding. He was everywhere. He was inside my world, inside my head. My phone buzzed. I flinched, staring at it with wide, terrified eyes. Slowly, reluctantly, I picked it up. It was a text message, or from an unknown number. The message was short, chillingly simple. Did you have fun on your date? I did, and below it, a single attachment, a photo, a perfectly clear, high-resolution photo of me, sitting at the table in the daily grind, laughing at something Alex had said, a fleeting, innocent smile on my face, a smile that now felt like a relic from a life I no longer possessed. The photo was time-stamped, just minutes before I ran out of the café. He had not just been watching from the car. He had been inside, or he had someone else inside. Someone who had taken the picture, showing me that even in the most public of places, surrounded by people, I was never truly alone. I was always his. The nightmare was far from over. It had just begun. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that Marco would always find a way in. Now, get ready for the next part. My blood ran cold, a glacial stream replacing the warmth in my veins. The neon yellow post-it notes seemed to glow malevolently in the dim light of my apartment, a beacon of pure, unadulterated terror. Ciao, and that small, crudely drawn heart. It was not just a note, it was a declaration, a message from a predator who had breached the last bastion of my safety. He who had been here, in my apartment, at my laptop. The unsaid Bella echoed in a terrifying silence, a chilling whisper that promised intimacy I never offered, a possession I never agreed to. My mind, already a frantic scramble of fear and paranoia, plunged into a new abyss. This was not just about a dating app gone wrong, or a creepy guy with too much information. This was about a physical invasion, a violation of my sanctuary, the thought of him standing where I stood, touching my things, breathing my air, sent a wave of nausea washing over me. I stumbled backward, bumping into my desk chair, the sound jarring in the sudden, oppressive quiet. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the impending doom. I stared at the post-it, unable to tear my eyes away. It was so mundane, so innocent, yet it held the weight of 1,000 nightmares. How long had it been there? Had he left it just moments before I arrived? Or had it been there for hours? A silent sentinel mocking my every paranoid thought on the drive home. The idea that he might still be here, hiding in my closet, under my bed, or just outside my window sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at my throat. I could not stay here. Not another second. This apartment, once my haven, was now a tomb of dread. My eyes darted around the living room, seeing it anew through the lens of terror. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every mundane object transformed into a potential hiding spot. The coat rack became a looming figure, the curtains a concealing shroud. I had checked the locks, the windows, everything. But he would still gotten in. How? My hands began to tremble uncontrollably. I needed to leave. Now, but where could I go? My friend Sarah lived across town, but calling her now, in this state, felt impossible. What would I even say? Hey, a guy I went on one date with broke into my apartment and left a post-it note. She would think I was losing my mind, or exaggerating. But this was not an exaggeration. This was real. This was a nightmare, unfolding in my own living room. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling with the screen. My first instinct was to call the police. But what evidence did I have? A post-it note. No signs of forced entry. They would probably dismiss it, tell me to be more careful about who I invite into my life. The thought of having to explain this, to lay bare my terror to a skeptical stranger, filled me with a fresh wave of despair. I was alone in this, utterly, terrifyingly alone. Ignoring the urge to freeze, I forced myself to move. I needed a bag, something small, just essentials, my passport, some cash, a change of clothes. My eyes scanned the bedroom. Every item now a potential trap. I practically threw clothes into a backpack, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. I did not even bother to check if I had everything. All I wanted was to be out of this apartment, out of his reach. As I moved toward the door, my gaze snagged on the post-it again. Ciao. The casualness of it was what truly twisted the knife. It was not a threat, not overtly. It was a greeting, an acknowledgement, a chilling testament to his presence, to his knowledge of my innermost thoughts. My dreams of Italy, my escape. He knew, and he was mocking me with it. I practically ran out of the apartment, slamming the door shut behind me with a resounding thud that echoed in the silent hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs as I fumbled with the locks, twisting the deadbolt, jamming the chain across. It felt like a futile gesture, a child's fort against a seasoned invader, but I did it anyway, driven by a primal need for security. The drive to Sarah's apartment was a blur of heightened paranoia. Every car that pulled up behind me, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror became Ethan. I swerved through traffic, took unnecessary turns, convinced I was being followed. My old Civic, which usually felt like a comforting extension of myself, now felt like a flimsy, transparent bubble. Offering no real protection, the world outside felt hostile. Every shadow a potential hiding place, every distant siren a warning. When I finally pulled into Sarah's complex, my hands were slick with sweat, my shoulders hunched with tension. I parked in a visitor spot, my eyes scanning the surrounding cars, the darkened windows of the apartments. Nothing, no familiar figures, no ominous vehicles. A tiny sliver of relief pierced through the thick fog of dread, but it was quickly swallowed by the lingering fear. I practically stumbled out of my car, my legs feeling like jelly. I rang Sarah's doorbell, my finger pressing down hard, a desperate plea for sanctuary. After a moment, I heard her sleepy voice through the intercom. Who is it? It is me. Narrator's name. Please, let me in. My voice was hoarse, ragged with fear. The click of the lock was the sweetest sound I would ever heard. Sarah opened the door, her eyes wide with concern when she saw my disheveled appearance. Hey, what is wrong? You look like you have seen a ghost. Worse. I choked out. pushing past her into the brightly lit hallway of her apartment. The warmth and light felt like a balm, but it could not fully penetrate the icy grip of terror. "I need to talk to you. I think Ethan broke into my apartment." Sarah, bless her, did not immediately dismiss me. She led me to her couch, sat me down, and brought me a glass of water. "Okay, slow down. What happened?" I recounted the entire ordeal, from the unsettling feeling at work, the Italy folder, the coffee order, the portable charger theory, all the way to the post-it note. As I spoke, the words tumbled out in a frantic rush, my voice cracking at intervals. Sarah listened patiently, her brow furrowed, her expression shifting from concern to disbelief, and then back to a grave seriousness. "A post-it note?" she asked, her voice soft, as if trying not to upset me further. "No forced entry. Are you sure you did not leave it there yourself and just forgot?" I shook my head vehemently. "No, I never use post-its. And ciao with a heart. That is his twisted way of saying he knows about Italy. He knows my dreams. He was in my apartment." "Sarah." My voice broke on the last words, and tears, hot and stinging, finally spilled down my cheeks. Sarah wrapped an arm around me, pulling me into a comforting hug. Okay. I believe you." It sounds really messed up. "But what are we going to do?" "Call the police." "What would I tell them?" I pulled away, wiping my eyes. "That a guy left a post-it. They would think I am crazy. There is no proof. No broken window, no forced lock." "But the violation," Sarah murmured, her gaze distant. "The feeling that someone was in your space, that is real, even without physical damage." She paused, then looked at me, her eyes filled with a new resolve. "You can stay here as long as you need. We will figure this out. We will change your locks, get some security cameras. We will make sure you are safe." Her words were a lifeline, a small flicker of hope in the suffocating darkness. I spent the night on Sarah's couch, but sleep was elusive. Every creak of the old building, every distant car horn, sent a jolt of fear through me. My mind replayed the date with Ethan, searching for any missed signals, any red flags I had ignored. He was so charming, so attentive. Too attentive. Maybe he would seem to know everything I was going to say before I said it. I just thought it was good chemistry. Now, I knew it was something far more sinister. The next morning, the world outside felt muted, drained of color. Even in Sarah's safe apartment, the sense of dread clung to me like a shroud. I tried to distract myself, but my mind kept returning to Ethan, to his ghostly digital footprint, to the horrifying realization that he was a phantom, yet terrifyingly real. "Maybe he just wanted to scare you," Sarah offered, trying to be optimistic as she handed me a cup of coffee. "Maybe he won't do anything else now that he knows you are freaked out. Or maybe he is just getting started," I replied, the bitter taste of fear mixing with the coffee. "He knows I left my apartment. He probably saw me leave. He knows I am at your place." Sarah frowned. "How would he know that?" "He knows my coffee order." "Sarah, he knew about Italy. He is a ghost online, which means he is good at hiding, and he is clearly good at finding things out." I shivered, despite the warmth of the coffee cup in my hands. I just have this gut feeling this is not over, and I was right. Later that afternoon, a package arrived at Sarah's door. It was a small, plain brown box, with no return address. Sarah, thinking it might be something she ordered, opened it without a second thought. Inside, nestled among crinkled tissue paper, was a small, ornate porcelain figurine of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and beneath it, a single folded piece of paper. My blood ran cold again. I recognized the neat block letters instantly. "Thought you might like a little piece of your dream. Bella. Shame you had to leave your apartment so quickly. I was hoping for a longer visit. Do not worry. I know where you are, and I know you love hazelnut lattes. See you soon." My breath hitched. my favorite coffee order, the casual use of Bella, the terrifying implication that he had been in my apartment, perhaps even watching me pack, and had known I was coming to Sarah's. He had not just guessed, he knew. He would followed me, or worse, who had already known Sarah's address. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, her face pale. She dropped the note, as if it had burned her. "He knows I live here. He sent this to my address." The fear escalated from a dull ache to a screaming siren in my head. This was not a warning, it was a promise. A promise that he was everywhere, that there was no safe place. He was playing with me, a cat toying with a mouse, enjoying my terror. "We have to go to the police," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the earthquake of fear inside me. "Now, this is harassment. This is stalking. He sent a package to your address." "Sarah, that is proof." Sarah nodded, her eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. We gathered the package, the figurine, and the chilling note. The drive to the police station was agonizing. I kept my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, convinced I would see Ethan's car, his face, any sign of him. Every car that lingered felt like a threat. At the station, the officer, a kind-faced woman named Detective Miller, listened patiently. We laid out the whole story, the Tinder date, the strange knowledge of personal details, the post-it, the mysterious lack of a digital footprint, and finally, the package with the Pisa figurine and the terrifying note. Detective Miller took notes, her expression serious. "So you are saying this man, Ethan, has no last name, no social media, nothing online." "That is right," I confirmed. "I have searched everywhere. It is like he does not exist, except for the fact that he is terrorizing me. And you have no idea how he would have gotten your apartment key, or how he knew about the Italy folder." I explained my portable charger theory and the terrifying alternative that he would been in my apartment before the date. "I do not know how he got a key, Detective. I just know he was in there. And now he has found me here, at my friend's place." Detective Miller examined the note and the figurine. "This is certainly unsettling. The fact that he sent it to a different address and referenced your friend does escalate it beyond a simple creepy date scenario. We will open a file, take down all the details. We will check for any surveillance footage in your apartment building and around your friend's complex, though that is a long shot without a specific time frame." "What about a restraining order?" Sarah asked. "We can look into that, but without a confirmed last name or address for him, it is difficult to serve one," Detective Miller admitted. "For now, I would advise you both to be extremely careful. Keep your doors locked, windows secured. Do not go anywhere alone if you can help it. If you see him, do not engage. Call us immediately. And if anything else happens, no matter how small, report it." We left the station, feeling a strange mix of relief and despair. At least someone officially knew now, but the terrifying reality remained. Ethan was still out there, a ghost with a terrifyingly real presence, and the police had very little to go on. The next few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I stayed at Sarah's, only venturing out for absolute necessities, and always with Sarah by my side. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every delivery person at Sarah's door sent a jolt of panic through me. I could not shake the feeling that he was watching, waiting. The world felt like a trap, and I was the bait. One evening, about a week after the Pisa figurine incident, Sarah and I were trying to have a normal night. Watching a movie. The blinds were drawn, the doors locked, the lights on bright. I was trying to relax, but my nerves were frayed. Suddenly, there was a faint scratching sound at the window. My blood ran cold. I froze, my eyes darting to the window. Sarah, engrossed in the movie, did not seem to notice. Scratch. 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 It was faint, but unmistakable, like fingernails on glass, or something else. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah paused the movie, her brow furrowed. "Hear what?" At the window, I breathed, pointing a trembling finger. Something scratching. We both stared at the window, a sliver of curtain separating us from the terrifying unknown. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, heavy with unspoken dread. It is probably just a branch. Sarah tried to reassure me, though her voice lacked conviction. Her gaze was fixed on the window. 2. Then, a faint tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Not a branch. This was deliberate. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. Ethan. It had to be him. He was outside. He was at Sarah's window. Sarah slowly got up, her eyes wide with fear. Maybe we should just check. No, I hissed, grabbing her arm. Do not open it. Do not even go near it. The image of his face pressed against the glass, eyes staring in, flashed in my mind. Suddenly, a small, dark object shot through the gap in the curtains, hitting the window with a soft thud. It was small, round, and wrapped in a tiny piece of paper, held together with a string. Sarah screamed, a short, sharp sound of pure terror. We both recoiled, stumbling backward, knocking over the coffee table. For a long moment, we just stared at the object, which now lay on the windowsill, a dark silhouette against the drawn curtain. Scratching and tapping had stopped. The silence was absolute, suffocating. What is it? Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I forced myself to move, inching closer to the window, my eyes fixed on the small bundle. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely pick it up. The string was tied in a neat, intricate knot. As I untied it, my fingers felt numb. It was a small, dried rosebud, blackened, brittle, and wrapped around its stem a tiny, folded piece of paper, the same neat block letters. Roses are red, violets are blue. Soon, Bella, I will be right next to you. Do not bother with the police. They can't save you from me. You are mine, Kara, and I am coming to set you free. My breath caught in my throat. The poem, so childishly simple, yet so utterly terrifying. Kara. My dear, the intimate, possessive word was a knife twisting in my gut. And set you free from what? From my life, from my sanity. Sarah read it over my shoulder, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a cry. Oh my God, she choked out. He is completely insane. The dried rosebud, the chilling poem, the casual Kara, it all confirmed the horror. He was not just stalking, he was claiming. He was not just harassing, he was threatening my very existence. And he was right. Outside, we did not hesitate this time. Sarah grabbed her phone, her fingers flying as she dialed 911. My eyes were glued to the window, convinced I would see his face appear. A demonic grin stretched across it. The police arrived quickly, sirens wailing in the distance, a sound that usually brought comfort but now just seemed to announce my vulnerability to the world. Detective Miller was back, her face grim as she examined the rosebud and the note. He is escalating, she said, her voice tight. This is no longer just harassment. This is a direct threat. They searched the area around Sarah's apartment, but found nothing. No footprints, no discarded cigarettes, no sign that anyone had been there. He was a ghost, leaving only the chilling evidence of his presence. Detective Miller advised us to stay somewhere else, if possible. He knows this address now. He has made it clear he knows where you are. He is bold. We will put extra patrols in the area, but if you have family or another friend you can stay with, it would be safer. But where could I go? My family lived hours away, and I did not want to drag them into this nightmare. And what if he followed me there? What if there was nowhere left to hide? That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat by the window, peering through the blinds, a knot of ice in my stomach. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every distant sound a potential harbinger of his return. The thought of him out there, watching, waiting, filled me with a terror so profound it was almost paralyzing. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky a sickly gray, I made a decision. I could not keep running. I could not keep hiding. This was not a game I could win by being a passive victim. I had to confront him, or at least try to understand him. I had to find a way to make him stop. I felt a cold resolve settle over me, replacing the frantic panic. I would go back to my apartment. I would change the locks, install cameras, fortify it as best I could. But more than that, I would be ready. I would carry pepper spray, a small alarm. I would be vigilant. I would not let him take my life from me. As Sarah and I drove back to my apartment, the city still waking up, I felt a strange sense of calm. It was not the calm of peace, but the quiet before a storm. I knew this was not over. Ethan was out there, a phantom predator, obsessed with me, convinced that I was his. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that he would come for me again. The question was not if, but when. And when he did, I would be waiting. The unsaid Bella still echoed, but this time, it was a challenge. And I was ready to face it no matter the cost. Our time continues with another story. Okay? So there I was, sitting in my car, staring at my apartment building. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows, making everything look wrong. My heart was still thudding like a drum against my ribs, echoing the cold dread that had seeped into every corner of my being. He knew about the succulent, the one with the little pink tips, sitting on my kitchen windowsill, the one I had never, ever posted online. That short drive home felt like an eternity. Every shadow, every passing car, a fresh prickle of fear. My apartment, usually my sanctuary, now felt exposed, vulnerable. I stared at the innocent succulent on my windowsill, a silent witness to a violated boundary. He would seen it. He would seen inside my home. I finally managed to drag myself out of the car, my legs feeling like jelly. The short walk to my front door felt like a marathon, every step heavy with an unseen weight. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. The lock clicked, a loud, jarring sound in the sudden silence. I pushed the door open, my eyes darting around the familiar space, now utterly alien. The first thing I did was slam the door shut and throw the deadbolt. Then the chain. And then, just for good measure, I dragged a heavy armchair in front of the door, even though I knew it would not stop anyone determined enough. It was a purely symbolic gesture, a desperate attempt to reclaim some sense of security. My gaze immediately went to the kitchen, to the windowsill. There it was, the innocent succulent, its little pink tips seeming to glow accusingly in the dim light. It was a beautiful plant, a gift from my best friend, Chloe, a few months ago, and now it was a symbol of pure, unadulterated terror. I walked through my apartment, my senses on high alert. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside, made me jump. I checked every window, making sure they were locked, even though I knew they had been locked when I left. My hands ran over the latches, confirming their security, but the feeling of vulnerability persisted. It was a phantom touch, a lingering chill that whispered, "He has been here." My rational mind, bless its naive heart, tried to kick in. Maybe I had posted it. Maybe it was in the background of some photo I would forgotten. I grabbed my phone, my fingers flying through my camera roll, my Instagram, YouTube, even old forgotten Twitter posts. Nothing, not a single picture of my kitchen, not a single post mentioning a succulent, let alone one with pink tips. The cold, hard truth settled in my gut like a lead weight. He had not just known he would seen inside my home. Who was this Mark? A handsome, witty guy interested in deep conversations, who also happened to be a stalker. The thought made my stomach churn. Our initial messages, our first date, all of it now felt like a carefully constructed trap. His charm, his attentiveness, the shared love for indie movies and obscure podcasts, was it all a performance, a way to lower my guard? I tried to call Chloe, but it was late, and she did not pick up. I left a frantic, whispered voicemail, trying to sound calm, but my voice cracked with fear. "Chloe, it is Sarah. Something really weird happened on my date. Call me back as soon as you get this, please. I do not feel safe. The silence in my apartment pressed in on me. It was too quiet. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, morphing into menacing shapes. I turned on every light, banishing the darkness, but it did not banish the fear. I kept picturing Mark's warm, knowing smile, the one I would found endearing just hours ago. Now, it was a predator's grin. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, clutching my phone like a lifeline. I felt a desperate urge to scrub my online presence clean, to disappear. But what good would that do? He already knew where I lived. He would already been inside. Just as I was trying to calm my racing thoughts, my phone vibrated. I nearly dropped it. A message from Mark. My breath hitched. Hey Sarah, had a really great time tonight. You really brightened my day. Hope you are enjoying your evening at home. Sweet dreams. My blood ran cold. Enjoying your evening at home? The words were casual, innocent on the surface, but after what he would said about the succulent, they felt like a direct threat. He knew I was home. He was taunting me. I did not reply. I could not. My fingers trembled too much. Instead, I blocked his number. And then, I blocked him on the dating app. It felt like a futile gesture, like trying to stop a tidal wave with a teacup, but I had to do something. I spent the rest of the night on edge, jumping at every sound. The wind rattling the window, a car passing by, the distant wail of a siren. Each noise sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I did not sleep. I just sat there, watching the clock tick, waiting for the sun to rise, for the world to feel normal again. When morning finally came, a weak, watery light filtering through my blinds. I felt utterly drained, but the fear was still a tight knot in my stomach. Chloe called back, her voice groggy with sleep. I poured out the whole story, my voice shaking. She listened, her initial confusion turning to alarm. Sarah, that is really messed up, she said, her voice serious. Are you sure you did not post it? Like, even a story that expired. I have checked everything. Chloe, every single thing. It is not there. He should not have known. Okay. Look, do not panic. Maybe it was a really good guess. Or he saw you walking in and saw it through your window from the street. My apartment is on the 3rd floor. Chloe, and the succulent is set back from the window. You would have to be hovering outside my window to see it. The silence on the other end of the line was heavy. Okay, that is not good. Do you want me to come over? Or you can come stay with me for a bit. I do not know, I whispered. The thought of leaving my apartment felt like abandoning a battleground. But staying felt like being a sitting duck. Maybe later. I need to think. After hanging up, I tried to force myself to eat, but the food tasted like ash. I kept replaying the conversation with Mark, searching for any other clue, any other red flag I might have missed. He would been so charming, so attentive, too perfect, maybe. That is what they say, is not it. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. I decided I needed to get out, if only for a few minutes. I needed coffee. I needed to feel normal. But as I walked towards the door, a new wave of paranoia washed over me. What if he was out there, watching? I peered through the peephole, seeing only the empty hallway. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the door, my hand hovering over the pepper spray I would grab from my purse. The walk to the coffee shop was agonizing. Every person I passed, every car that slowed down made my heart leap into my throat. I felt like every eye was on me, like I was being hunted. I imagined Mark's face in every reflection, every shadow. It was irrational. I knew, but fear is not rational. I got my coffee, my hands still trembling as I paid. As I turned to leave, I saw it. A car, parked across the street, its windows tinted. I could not make out the driver, but something about it made the hairs on my neck stand up. It was not a car I recognized from my neighborhood, and it seemed to be facing my apartment building. I quickly averted my gaze, pretending not to notice, and hurried back home, my coffee sloshing precariously. Back inside, I felt a desperate need to secure my sanctuary again. I ordered a cheap doorbell camera online, hoping it would arrive quickly. I bought blackout curtains, thick and heavy, to block out any prying eyes, real or imagined. I even considered moving, but the thought of starting over, of giving up my home, filled me with a different kind of dread. This was my space. I would not let him take that from me. Days turned into a week. Mark had not tried to contact me again after I blocked him. The car I would seen was gone. The immediate panic began to recede, replaced by a lingering unease, a constant hum of discomfort beneath the surface. Maybe Chloe was right. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a lucky guess, an overactive imagination fueled by too many true crime podcasts. I tried to convince myself of this, but deep down, a cold nod of certainty remained. He knew. Then, the messages started again. Not from Mark's number, but from an unknown number. Missing you. Sarah, hope you are doing well. That new book on your nightstand looks interesting. What is it about? My blood ran cold. The book. It was a new thriller I had just started reading last night. It was sitting on my nightstand right now. I had not mentioned it to anyone. I had not posted about it. How could he possibly know? I dropped my phone as if it were a burning coal. He was not just watching me from outside. He was inside, or he had been. The thought sent a wave of nausea washing over me. I tore through my bedroom, frantically searching. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, nothing. I stared at the message again, my mind racing. New book on your nightstand. This was not a guess. This was specific, intimate knowledge of my private space. This was not just a stalker. This was an intruder. I called the police. My voice was tight with fear as I explained everything, trying to sound coherent. The officer on the phone was polite, but I could hear the skepticism in his voice. Madam, without any physical evidence of a break-in, it is hard to do much. We can send an officer to take a report, but it sounds like you have just got a persistent online admirer. An admirer. My blood boiled. This was not admiration. This was terror. I insisted, pleading with him, explaining the succulent, the book, the feeling of being watched. He finally agreed to send someone over. While I waited, I did not know what to do. I could not just sit there. I felt a desperate need to find whatever he was using to watch me. A camera. A bug. Something. I started in my bedroom, tearing it apart. I pulled out drawers, emptied closets, checked every nook and cranny. Nothing. Then, messages came again. Looks like you are having a tough time. Sarah, do not worry. I am here for you. Always watching. The words were a punch to the gut. He knew I was searching. He was watching me right now. My eyes darted around the room. Frantic. Where could it be? It had to be small, easily hidden, something innocuous. My gaze fell on the smoke detector on the ceiling. It was just a standard white plastic disc, nothing unusual. But then a memory surfaced. A few weeks ago, I would heard a faint chirping sound, like a low battery warning, but it had stopped almost immediately. I would check the smoke detector, but it seemed fine. I would dismissed it as a glitch. Now, a cold suspicion crept in. I grabbed a chair, my hands shaking. I climbed onto it, my eyes fixed on the smoke detector. It looked normal. But as I leaned closer, I noticed something. A tiny, almost imperceptible pinhole, no bigger than a needlepoint, just to the left of the indicator light. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached up, my fingers trembling, and twisted the smoke detector. It came off easily, revealing the wiring behind it. And there it was, not a standard smoke detector. This one had a small, self-contained unit powered by a tiny battery. with a minuscule lens pointing directly down into my room. A hidden camera. A gasp escaped my lips, a choked sob of horror and rage. He had not just seen my succulent, he had been watching me for weeks, maybe months. Every private moment, every unguarded gesture, every vulnerability, he would seen it all. Just as I was staring at the device, a loud, insistent knocking rattled my front door. My blood ran cold. The police? Already? No, it felt too aggressive. Too urgent. Sarah, I know you are in there. I saw you find it. Let me in. We need to talk. Mark's voice, calm, measured, but utterly terrifying. My breath hitched. He was not just watching from a distance, he was at my door. He knew I had found the camera. He was here. Panic seized me. I scrambled off the chair, dropping the smoke detector. It clattered to the floor, the tiny camera lens staring up at me like a dead eye. I ran to the front door, my mind racing. The armchair was still there, the deadbolt, the chain, but what good were they against someone who had already been inside, who knew my every move? The knocking grew louder, more insistent. Sarah, do not make this difficult. I just want to explain. We had something special, did not we? His voice was a sickening mix of charm and menace. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers clumsy with fear. I had to call Chloe again. Or the police. I had to tell them he was here. But my hands were shaking too much, and the screen blurred. Then, a new sound. A faint scratching, like metal on metal, coming from the back of my apartment. My kitchen window. My eyes shot open wide. He was not trying to get in through the front door. He was a diversion. He was coming in through the back. I dropped my phone and ran towards the kitchen, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The kitchen window was slightly ajar, just barely, but enough. I remembered checking it earlier, making sure it was locked. It had been. He must have picked the lock, or had a key. As I reached the kitchen, I saw a dark silhouette framed against the streetlights outside. A hand, gloved, reaching in, pushing the window open further. Mark, pure, unadulterated terror, gave me a surge of adrenaline. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find, a ceramic mixing bowl, and without thinking, I swung it with all my might at the hand reaching through the window. There was a yelp of pain, a sharp crack, and the silhouette recoiled. The mixing bowl shattered against the window frame, shards of ceramic flying. I heard Mark curse, a guttural sound of pain and rage. This was my chance. I was injured, momentarily off balance. I did not hesitate. I ran back to the front door, fumbling with the locks, my mind screaming, "Get out, get out, get out." The armchair was heavy, but I shoved it aside with a desperate strength I did not know I possessed. The deadbolt clicked. The chain rattled free. I yanked the door open and burst into the hallway, screaming, "Help! He is here. He is trying to break in." My voice echoed through the quiet building. I did not look back. I just ran, down the stairs, 3 at a time, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete. I heard a thud from my apartment, then Mark's voice, a furious roar. "Sarah, get back here." I did not stop. I burst out of the building's main door, into the cold night air, still screaming. A car was pulling up to the curb, its headlights blinding me. For a terrifying moment, I thought it was another one of his accomplices, or maybe even him in a different vehicle. But then, I saw the familiar blue and red lights flashing on the roof. The police, relief so potent it made my knees buckle, washed over me. I stumbled towards the car, pointing frantically back at my building. He is inside. He has cameras. He tried to break in. 2 officers jumped out, their faces grim. One of them, a woman, quickly guided me behind their car, trying to calm me down. The other, a man, drew his weapon, and cautiously approached the building. Just then, the front door of my apartment building burst open again. Mark, his hand was wrapped in a bloody cloth, his eyes blazing with fury. He saw me, saw the police, and his face twisted into a snarl. For a split second he hesitated. Then he turned and ran, disappearing into the maze of alleys behind the building. The officer who had gone into the building came back out, breathless. He is gone. But I found a broken window in the back and a camera device in the living room. The other officers radioed for backup and a search began. They found Mark hiding in a dumpster a few blocks away, his hand badly injured, just as I had described. They found other devices in his car, and even more chillingly, detailed maps of my neighborhood, notes about my routine, and pictures of my apartment building. He had been planning this for a long time. In the aftermath, the police found that Mark had previously worked for a security company that had installed the smoke detectors in my building years ago. He had apparently swapped out a standard detector for a modified one with a hidden camera, using his old access codes to enter my apartment when I was not home. He would meticulously plan the date, using the dating app as a way to meet me, making it seem like a chance encounter, all while he had already been watching me for weeks. The legal process was a blur. Mark was charged with stalking, criminal trespass, and attempted assault. He eventually pleaded guilty, and I had to testify. It was terrifying, facing him in court, seeing that cold, knowing look in his eyes again. But knowing he was behind bars, that he could not hurt anyone else, brought a small measure of peace, but the fear never truly went away. I moved out of that apartment a month later. I could not stand to be there, could not shake the feeling of his unseen eyes on me. I got a new phone number, deleted all my social media, and changed my routine. I still jump at unexpected noises. I still double-check every lock, every window, multiple times before I go to sleep. The succulent, I took it with me. It sits on a new windowsill now in a new apartment in a different part of the city. But sometimes, when the light hits it just right, and I see those little pink tips, a shiver runs down my spine. A reminder of how easily someone can invade your life, how quickly a harmless swipe right can turn into a living nightmare, and how, sometimes, the monsters are not under your bed. They are just a dating app away, waiting to find you. This was another episode of Daily Story, where every voice matters. We appreciate you making space for today's episode. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Wishing you a calm and thoughtful rest of your day.